The Closing Sky, Part 1. If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the Fracture Cosmology on the channel. Chapter 1. Who We Can Afford. Nobody senior wanted the Deep Watch allocation desk, and Wells had stopped pretending she didn't. It sat on the mezzanine over the main route floor at Highreach, third tier up, where the deck window ran from the plating to the overhead and gave on to the whole turning abundance the station hung inside, Earth coming round underneath with its night-side cities strung in long chains of light, and above and around it the traffic of the richest sky anyone had built, lighters and yard tugs and the tall ceramic spines of the deep-range hulls, every one of them lit, every one of them bound somewhere no one 2 generations back could have reached. Wells had grown up in front of a school wall that showed her this. She had been inside it 5 years now, and had not managed to stop looking, which the senior hands found funny, and she had decided a while ago to let them. What stood between her and the window was the board, and the board was the part that had changed. A route plate had shown you what was moving once. You read it to know the reach was real. This one showed you what was waiting for leave. Every hull bound for the Sable throat came to a desk like hers to be ranked before it could be cleared, because there was more road now than the corridor could hold under guard, and the guarding had a price. And the price was that traffic went in the order Earth's emergency directive set and no other. Corridor defense first, then priority freight under Earth registry, then the licensed high-volume carriers, and a long way down from all of it, everyone else. 6 weeks the directive had been in force. The floor already spoke of it the way you speak of weather, a front that had come in and settled and would not be argued with. Wells worked her cue down the honest way, which was the slow way, and by mid-watch she had already handed 3 denials down the chain with the fault marked plainly, and none of them her fault at all. A Reach-flagged tanker with 4 cousins and a mortgage bumped for licensing. A supply hull an hour past its slot. A medical charter that ranked below the ordinance because everything ranked below the ordinance. Her part of it was narrow, and she liked it narrow. She matched each petition's manifest against its authentication package, confirmed the hull was what its authentication said, and carried what its manifest said, and sent the clean ones up and the unclean ones back plainly enough that the next desk would not have to find the fault twice. She did not set the ranking. The ranking was the directives. She only made sure that what went up the chain was true. It was the smallest room in the whole business to be honest in, and it was hers. And after the year they'd all had, she wanted a small, true room more than she had ever wanted a large one. The Dawnward was in a yard berth 3 rings over, with her crew stood down and her captain in front of a review board that had not yet decided what it wanted to be. Wells had been seconded to route allocation in the meantime, which was a courtesy word for grounded, and she knew it, and had said thank you and meant it, because the far side of a desk was a hearing room, and because this was the part the senior hands didn't find funny. She still thought the work was worth doing well, no matter whose hands had done it badly. The survey had buried the truth once and had it dug back into the daylight by one of her own crewmates. And Wells had watched all that cost come down and had come out the far end of it wanting, with an appetite that embarrassed her, to be useful, and to be caught being useful, at the one honest thing they had left her. Nakamura ran the floor and came up the mezzanine stair twice a watch whether the board needed her or not, because she had told Wells this early, unasked. A plate showed you what was moving and never once what it was costing anybody, and someone had to keep a pair of eyes that did the second thing. She stopped at Wells's desk on the first pass with a cup of the machine tea nobody could drink and set it by Wells's hand, an offering laid before a small and overworked god. "You're low in your queue again," Nakamura said. "You hand the clean ones up too fast. Sit on a few. Make it look like the desk is hard." "It isn't hard. It's just careful." "Up here, those are the same word." Nakamura was already turning back to the stair, having delivered tea and doctrine in the one motion. Careful is what we call slow when we're proud of it. Learn to spend it. The Ferren transit came up 11th in her queue, and Wells knew what it was before she had it open, the way you know a knock in your own house. The petition was written in their register, old Earth speech gone formal and sparing across 5 generations in the dark, courteous the way people learn to be courteous who have had to ask for things a long while. To the road makers who keep the road, the households named below ask leave of the road, being of Ostery, whose son the going out has taken, bound out to the world set aside for the scattered by way of the Sable throat. Under it the manifest ran the households down the page in the same careful hand, name and line and age, keel by keel, old people and working people, and a great many children. The whole arithmetic of a people carrying everything they had left across a road that had once been the blankest dark the species owned and was now a thing you queued for. A third of the way down the second keel, in the line column, Wells read a name she had last seen from 20 meters off on a frozen field on the back of a man carrying a case up a ramp he would not himself climb. Morrow. Not the man. The man was 2 years dead. Dead on his own ground, under his own guttering sun, having sent the young of his house up the ramps, and kept his feet on the world that was killing them all for it. These were his line, a household of the name he had refused to carry off. Ostrey, out among the scattered now regardless of him. 7 of them down the manifest, with the youngest set at 4 years old. Asking Earth's leave to cross the road Earth had opened, and Earth had started rationing. And standing on the board in front of her, a long way below the freight. Wells had helped open that road. She had authenticated marks on the first survey leg that were load-bearing corridor now, toll and lane and guard. And some fraction of the people on this manifest were scattered instead of home because the road she had helped prove ran to the sky Ostrey lived under, and the finding said the rest. She did not know how large the fraction was. She had never let herself sit down and work it out. Wells did it properly first, because that was how she had been taught, and because it was still, she believed, how the thing was meant to work. The directive had a door in it for exactly this, a priority exception request, humanitarian grounds, subject to corridor load, and she built one as she would want it built if her own name were the one waiting at the throat on somebody else's watch. She pulled the corridor load figures for the Sable throat across the next 6 days and read them the honest way and then the generous way. And both ways there was room for the households and the ordnance and the freight together, with margin to spare, because the throat was ranked for a war that had not started and the war's slots sat empty. She cited the reg, attached the manifest, wrote the grounds in plain words and not one more of them than the truth would carry, and sent it up to Nakamura's desk. Then, because it mattered, and because a thing that mattered was worth the small embarrassment of being seen to care, she went down the mezzanine stair to stand at the desk while Nakamura read it. Nakamura read it once, which was the good sign, and then read it again, which was not. She set the slate down and looked at it a moment past when she needed to, and when she looked up, she had gone older than the floor's lights usually let her look. "It's clean," Nakamura said. "I want you to hear that from me first. It's a clean request. There's nothing in it I'd change. But corridor load isn't the ranking anymore, and you know it isn't, because you read that board as well as I do." Nakamura kept it conversational. She always did. That was the whole trouble with her. There's room this week. The directive isn't written for this week. It's written for the week it goes bad. For holding slots empty against the day the corridor is the only thing standing between the abundance and the dark, so that when the day comes, we can still move what has to move. And what has to move, someone decided, above your desk and mine both, is not 7 households of Ferren with no son to go home to. Then who does decide it is? Wells heard the question leave her a beat before she had meant to ask it, the old fault, and did not call it back. Not me, not you, Nakamura handed the slate across the desk. There's one exception line that reaches over the top of the directive, and it isn't humanitarian, and it isn't ours. It's corridor defense. You want these people moved, you need somebody on the security side to want them moved, and nobody on the security side wants a thing moved right now that can't be pointed at a target. Wells looked back up the stair at the board, at the ranked hulls standing in their order, the ordnance and the priority freight riding high and bright over the long, dim tail of everyone else. There's room, she said again, because it was the one true thing she had, and she could not make herself let go of it. I ran it 3 ways. There's room for all of it. I believe you, and Nakamura did. That was the sting of it. There was not a scrap of the villain in her anywhere to push against. It was never about whether there's room. It's about who we can afford to still be carrying when there isn't. That's the whole of the directive, under all the language. Who we can afford. She reached for the tea she had abandoned on Wells's desk 2 passes ago, found it long cold, drank a mouthful anyway, and set it down. Hand the denial down, Wells. Don't sit on it. Sitting on it buys them nothing, and it costs you. It goes on the record under your name. Send it clean, and let it be the directive's fault, and not yours. Back at the desk, the denial sat in Wells's out queue with the transits file beneath it. 1 keystroke from going down to 7 households and a 4-year-old, and Wells did not make the keystroke. Wells sat with it the length of a cooling cup, thinking about the wrong things in the wrong order, which was how she thought. About the man on the ramp who would not climb it. About Nakamura drinking cold tea sooner than waste it, and telling her, kindly, exactly what she was and was not allowed to spend. And then about the one reg that was actually hers, not the humanitarian line, which was spent, but the narrow survey one, the honest small room. And she saw, the way you see a handhold you would rather not have found, that it was standing open. No transit could be cleared for a corridor order until its authentication package had handshaked clean with the throat anchor, with the cairn, the fixed mark on the mouth's lip that the whole reach hung its provenance on, the reference every hull on the road answered to in the end. It was a real requirement, and it was hers to hold. And this transit's package, 5 generations of Ferren provenance, formats 3 decades out of date, a manifest kept in a courtly hand, had not handshaked, because no one had troubled to run it, because why would anyone run a clean handshake on a transit they were about to turn back into the dark? Wells ran it. And when it came back flagged, as it was always going to come back flagged on formats that old, she took the flag she could honestly raise and raised it against the denial itself. Manifest authentication incomplete. Corridor clearance cannot be executed against unverified provenance. Transit referred for verification. True in every word, and a lie in its whole intent, and she knew the difference exactly while she did it. It would hold the denial off the transit a day, maybe 2, while someone with the standing to clear a provenance flag got round to clearing it, a day those households did not have, and might. A day in which a war might not start, or a mind change, or she think of the next honest move she could not, sitting there, think of. It was the same sin precisely that Silva had made her wear once, on a world gone dark since, the off-book thing done because the by-the-book thing was wrong, and then your own name put to it, so you would never afterward get to pretend you hadn't. Silva had called that the cheapest thing she would ever get for free. Wells put her name to the flag. She did not send the denial clean. She did not let it be only the directive's fault, and for the better part of an hour she believed she had bought a stranger's grandchild a day. The flag cleared inside the hour, and it did not clear as a flag clears when someone has verified it. Wells watched a counter-signature come down over the top of her hold and cancel it, not resolve it, cancel it, the heavier stamp landing on the lighter one and lifting it out of the way. The denial went down to the transit under the directive's authority with her provenance hold struck through and annotated beneath it, and beside the annotation stood the flag of the authority that had reached on to the one honest small room that was supposed to be hers and set it aside like a chair pulled out of a doorway. A command and a name under it. Corridor Defense. Merrick, the flag read. Wells did not know the name. That was the part that stayed with her, sitting cold on the mezzanine with the abundance turning bright and enormous and entirely unbothered beyond the glass. Not that she had been overruled, which she had earned, but that she had been overruled by a name she had never heard, off a desk she had never dealt with, on a flag she had raised in the smallest and most private honest corner of the whole floor, and that the name had found it there, inside the hour. Since her first day on a warm, narrow ship 5 years back, Wells had wanted to be good at this in front of people who would know. Someone had watched her do the one small, brave, wrong thing she had ever done at a survey desk, and struck it out and written her name into the record of the doing. She had been seen. She sat with that, and with the cold tea Nakamura had left her, and did not drink it. And after a while she cleared her board and drew down the next petition, because the queue did not stop for being looked at, and neither, she had decided a while ago, would she. Chapter 2. The corridor defense officer had been on the allocation floor a quarter of an hour before Locke came up the mezzanine stair, and in that quarter of an hour he had got Wells to stop arguing, which from the stairhead was the worst thing in the room. Wells sat at her desk with her hands flat on its edge, and her board turned to face the man standing over her, holding very still, spending all of it on the stillness, the way the young do when they have decided not to break in front of someone. The officer had a slate, and the unhurried manner of a man reading a junior her own record back to her. At the near desks, everyone had found sudden business on their screens, as people do when one of their own is being corrected in the open. Locke crossed the floor. He was 3 rings from his own ship and a morning from a board that would tell him whether he still had one, and he had come up here to see how his people were being kept, and here was one of them being kept like this. Captain Locke. The officer knew him. On Highreach this week, everyone knew the face. He was young for the black corridor defense flash on his shoulder, and correct, and not unkind. This doesn't touch you. Officer Wells raised a provenance hold against a lawful denial to obstruct it. Corridor defense flagged the obstruction. I'm here to enter the conduct note. She's declining to acknowledge it. That's her right. It goes in either way. Show me the hold. The officer turned the slate. Locke read it standing, which took a moment because he read everything to the end before he said anything about it, and it was a habit that had cost him time all his life and saved him from a great deal. The denial was the Sable transit, the Ferren households. The manifest he'd seen a copy of already, because the Dawnward's people passed such things to him without being asked. A Morrow name, a third of the way down it in a line of children. Under the denial sat Wells's hold. Manifest authentication incomplete. Corridor clearance cannot be executed against unverified provenance. Transit referred for verification. Struck through. A corridor defense countersignature laid heavy over the top of it, canceling. A name under the countersignature. Merrick. The same name that sat this morning at the head of the review that had his own captaincy in it. Locke read it twice, to be sure the reach hadn't shrunk that small, and it had. The authentication, Locke said, did it flag? The officer hesitated, which was answer enough. The handshake returned a fault, yes. 5-generation provenance, obsolete formats. It always would have. That's not the point. The hold was raised to, it returned a fault. Locke handed the slate back. Then the referrals correct. A survey desk found a genuine authentication fault and referred the transit for verification. That's the desk doing its job. He drew his own slate from his jacket. Take the conduct note off Officer Wells and enter it against me. I've reviewed the provenance fault, I concur with the referral, and I'm lodging the objection to the denial as her captain, on my own authority. Captain NV Dawnward. If there's a mark going in the record for raising it, it's my mark. Put my name on it. Locke said it and entered it while he said it, which was the entire speech, because a captain lodging a formal objection was a thing that happened up the chain and out of the reach of a man with a conduct note slate, and both of them knew it. The young officer looked at the entry, and at Locke, and did the arithmetic a correct man does when the thing in front of him has quietly changed size. That'll go higher than me, Captain. It's meant to, Captain. Thank you. Locke meant that, too. The man had done his job without cruelty and could do this part without loss. You'll want to note the time you handed it up. The officer noted the time, said something that was very nearly an apology to Wells and not quite one, and went. On the floor around them, heads came up an inch, found there was nothing more to watch, and went back down. Wells had not moved her hands off the edge of the desk. Captain, she said, and it came out a beat early and too plain, the true thing before the manageable one, which was how it had always come out of her. You shouldn't have put your name on that. Not this week. Not with the board. How's your cue? Locke sat on the corner of the next desk, which put his head level with hers, and took the standing out of the room. He looked at her board and not at her, because she needed a second, and he could give her one by finding something else to look at. You're low again. They tell me you hand the clean ones up too fast. That's what Nakamura says. A breath went out of her that she'd been holding since before he came up the stair. I'd do it again. The hold. I want that on the record, too. It is. I just put it there. He stood. The reach turned bright and enormous beyond the deck window. Earth coming round underneath, the lit spines of the deep-range hulls standing off their berths, the whole abundance he had helped push a little wider, hanging there being magnificent and rationed at the same time. He had wanted, once, to carry home proof it was worth what it cost. He was still trying to work out what proof would look like. Go and eat something. That's an order from a captain with about a day left to give them. Spend it. Wells almost laughed, which was what he'd been after. He went to find the stair and left her the window, because it had been the best thing on the floor for 5 years, and she still couldn't stop looking at it. And he wanted her looking at that, and not at his back going down to the thing waiting for him 3 levels up. They held his review off the Corridor Defense Operations Gallery, in a briefing room with a glass wall onto the floor, because Admiral Merrick would not leave his floor for a survey matter, and the survey had come to him instead. Through the glass, the Sable corridor stood lit on the longboard, the throat, the picket, the coalition hulls ranged off it in a formation that had tightened since Locke last had eyes on aboard. Watchstanders moving between the stations under it. The review sat with its back to none of it. Every man and woman at the table could see the road while they weighed the man who had opened it. Renwick had the chair, which was a courtesy the room extended to the director of a survey whose captain was on the table, and which meant less by the hour. He looked older than he had a right to. He had run the survey through funding winters that would have finished a harder man, and it showed now as a kind of transparency, the light coming through him where once it had stopped. Beside Renwick sat a survey member Locke half knew, and a Geneva Corridor Law Council he didn't, and across from all of them, not quite at the table, with a slate live to the floor in his hand, sat Merrick. Merrick was gray and older than Locke, and built like a man who had spent 40 years being economical with everything, including motion. He did not rise. He looked at Locke the way a harbor master looks at a hull, for what it displaces, what it draws, and where it will sit in his water. Renwick opened it gently, because that was the only register Renwick had. "You've read the terms of reference, Aiden. This isn't a court. It's a review of your fitness to hold the command, and it turns on the choices you made in the Reach, the fortnight at the hearth against the run for Ostry, chief among them." He said the hearth softly, a hard thing wrapped in care, the way he wrapped every hard thing. "You've never hidden from that call. No one's asking you to now. We're asking whether a captain who'd make it should sit in the chair when the next one comes." "I made the call," Locke said. "I'd make it slowly, the same way, again. We owed a debt, and I paid it. And the sun over Ostry failed ahead of anyone's number while I did. And people died who might not have. Both of those are true, and I carry both. I don't need the room to soften either one." The Geneva Council had a slate of his own, and a different morning in mind. "There's a more recent matter. This morning, an hour ago, you lodged a formal objection to a corridor defense denial on the Sable transit, under your own name." He left it there a moment, in the open. "A captain under review for his judgment intervening in a live corridor allocation to obstruct a lawful hold. Perhaps you'd speak to it." So the young officer had handed it up, and it had come to rest here on this table faster than Locke had thought even this Reach could carry a thing. He'd known it might. He'd done it anyway. A survey desk found an authentication fault and referred the transit for verification. That's correct procedure. You can't clear a corridor order against provenance that hasn't handshaked, and this one hasn't, because the households on it kept their records in a hand 5 generations old. I concurred that the referral and lodged the objection, because the officer who raised it shouldn't wear a conduct note for doing the desk's job, and because he heard the reasons starting to stack, the second arriving before the first had done its work, and made himself stop on it. Because it was correct, that's all of it. Renwick's eyes moved, just, at the sound of the stacking, because Renwick had known him 20 years, and knew the tell as well as Vale did. He said nothing. He was giving Locke the same second Locke had given Wells. "It's correct," Merrick said, and it was the first he'd spoken, and the room turned to him the way water turns downhill. His voice was level and carried no heat at all, which was the frightening thing about it. "It's also the 3rd time your name has come across my board attached to a reason the road should be a little wider, or a little more open, or a little kinder than the directive allows. I don't hold that against you as character, Captain. I hold it against you as a fact about the hull." He set the slate face down, which was the closest he came to ceremony. "You opened this corridor, you and that ship. Do you know what it costs to hold a road this size against every party that has a true and honest reason to want it broken? Tell me. It costs saying no to exactly the people you objected for this morning. Every day. Households with no son to go home to, ranked below ordnance that may never fire, because the day the ordnance is needed and the slot's been spent on mercy is the day the corridor doesn't hold. And the day the corridor doesn't hold is the day the abundance behind it starts to die. and it dies from the far end first, out where those same households are, before it ever reaches Highreach. He said it as a man states a tide table. Civilization survives only if somebody holds this corridor. I didn't choose that. It's the shape of the thing you built. I'm the one standing in it saying no, so that there's a road left for anyone to argue about at all. Tell me, it costs saying no to exactly the people you objected for this morning, every day. Households with no sun to go home to, ranked below ordnance that may never fire, because the day the ordnance is needed and the slot's been spent on mercy is the day the corridor doesn't hold. And the day the corridor doesn't hold is the day the abundance behind it starts to die. And it dies from the far end first, out where those same households are, before it ever reaches Highreach. He said it as a man states a tide table. Civilization survives only if somebody holds this corridor. I didn't choose that. It's the shape of the thing you built. I'm the one standing in it saying no, so that there's a road left for anyone to argue about at all. Locke went looking, out of an old habit, for the place where Merrick was wrong enough to push against. It was not a small search, and he was good at it. He had run it on hard men his whole life, and usually found the seam. It was not there. The moratorium was real. Shut the road, and the abundance died first. That was locked into the physics, and no amount of decency unlocked it. The households were real, too. 7 of them with a 4-year-old, turned back into the dark this morning under a name now sitting across the table from him. Both stood. There was no term he could strike to make one of them fall. And a man who could hold both in his hands and still say no every single day without his voice moving was not a man Locke could afford to think stupid, or cruel, or beatable by being out-reasoned in a room. "You're not wrong," Locke said. "That's the trouble with you. I've spent a career learning to tell the men who are holding a line from the men who are hiding behind one, and you're the first thing." He let that be true and did not decorate it. You're also going to turn a great many people back into the dark to hold it, and be right every time. And I don't know yet what a person does with that. I opened the road hoping it meant no one would have to. For a moment, something crossed Merrick's face that was not agreement and was not contempt. The look of one professional recognizing the weight in another's hands and setting it down again because there was a floor to run. Renwick took the room back, softly, while he still could. "Aiden, there's a version of this morning that ends well for you, and I'd be failing you not to put it on the table plainly." He folded his hands. "You've given the survey 20 good years and 1 impossible fortnight. Resigned the command. Not struck, resigned. With the record showing a captain who stepped down rather than sit a chair he'd lost confidence he could fill. Your name stays yours. The Ferren you've been writing letters for don't lose the one captain on this station who reads their manifests. You go home able to say you left it clean." He meant every word. That was Renwick. The mercy was genuine all the way down, and it was also the tidiest possible way to remove a problem from a board, and both of those were true at once, and he would sleep. "Take the door, Aiden. I'm holding it for you." They waited for Locke to take it. It was a good door. It was the door a wise man walked through. "No," Locke said. Locke did not stack a single reason behind it. He had 6 he could have offered, and every one of them would have been a decoration over the one he could not say in this room or any other, that if he stepped down now, quietly, with his name intact, then the fortnight at the hearth bought nothing, and the sun over Ostry failed for nothing, and the year he had helped bury the truth was a year spent for nothing, and Silva was a line in an annex for nothing, And his brother, 20 years in the ground under a piece this reach was built on, had died so that his younger brother could one day resign a command with the record showing him clean. He could not make that account come level by walking away from it. He could only keep standing in it and hope the standing was worth something. He was aware that this was not a reason a board could enter, and that it was the only one he had, and he kept it behind his teeth where it lived. "No," he said again, more plainly, because the plainness was the closest he could come to the truth of it. "I won't resign. Strike me if the finding says strike me. I'll not do the board's work for it and call it dignity." Renwick closed his eyes briefly, a man watching the last soft option he had leave the room by the door he'd held open, and did not argue, because pressure had never been his instrument, and he would not take it up now, at the end of his usefulness, over a man who wouldn't be saved the easy way. On the glass wall behind them, the board changed. It was small. A cluster of the coalition formation off the Sable throat came off station and reformed a degree closer to the picket, and the readiness bar under the corridor ticked up a stage, and 2 watchstanders on the floor stood at once and went to a station. Merrick was reading it before Locke had finished turning to see what had pulled every eye round, his slate already back in his hand and lit, his attention gone off the table entirely and out through the glass to the thing he actually answered to. Merrick stood. It was the first time in the review he had, and it ended the review, as surely as a gavel. "We'll not finish this today," Merrick said to Renwick, and it was not a request, and Merrick had no formal standing to end a survey review, and did not need it, because he held what the room actually ran on. "Hold your finding, Director. Don't strike him and don't clear him. That hull," he tipped his head at the glass, at the corridor, at the Dawnward 3 rings off in her yard cradle, the one neutral keel on the board that both sides out there still trusted, "may be a thing I need inside the week, and I'll not have a corridor asset struck off my board over a fortnight in the Reach while the Reach is doing that." He was already moving for the door to the floor. "Adjourn it, pending the situation. Captain, don't leave the station." Then he was gone through onto the operations gallery, and the corridor law counsel was gathering his slate, and Renwick was sitting with his hands still folded, and the door he'd held open standing shut. And the review of Aidan Locke's fitness to hold his command was over without a word of it decided. Locke stood in the emptying room and understood, without reaching for the word, exactly what had just been done to him. He had not been cleared. He had not been struck. He had been set down on the board like the transit had been set down on Wells's, held, pending, ranked against a war that hadn't started. His name and his ship and his one clean thing all suspended now on how the throat behaved. An hour ago he had been a captain about to learn his fate. Now his fate was a corridor, and the man who held the corridor had just walked out to go hold it. Renwick gathered himself and came round the table and put a hand on Locke's shoulder on the way past, the affection real and useless both. "You should have taken the door, Aidan." "I know," Locke said. He found he could say that much and mean it and still not have been able to do it. "I couldn't afford to." Locke went out as he'd come, down past the operations gallery, where Merrick's floor had gone quietly to work over the tightening board, down the 3 levels to the concourse, where the transit heads stood gold end to end with proven marks, and the abundance went past him rich and late and unbothered. And somewhere out at the far dim end of all that gold, 7 households with a 4-year-old were being turned back into the dark to keep the road wide enough for everyone in front of him to keep not looking at them. He did not stop at the ledger wall. He went down to the yard rings to sit a while with a ship that was still, for the length of a held finding, his, because a man will go and stand beside the thing that is still his, when he has just been told he holds it now only at the pleasure of the reach. Chapter 3. Ungoverned. The Corridor Priority Directive ran to 9 pages, and Vale's name was on the second of them. Vale read it standing, in the borrowed annex 2 decks under the survey's operations floor, a room with someone else's calibration certificate still on the wall, and a feed console she had a credential for until the end of the month. The directive rationed the Sable corridor by priority of traffic. Corridor defense first, then priority freight under Earth Registry, then the licensed carriers, then, a long way down, everyone with only people to move. The grounds for all of it, cited to the paragraph, were the finding, her finding. The proof that the road killed had become the reason Earth gave for holding the road in a steady hand. Rationed, guarded, kept, because a thing proven that dangerous could not be left to run itself. Vale had written the harm to the 3rd decimal. She had not written the clause that turned a measurement into a mandate. That clause someone else had added, above her name, and it was clean, and she could not have shown it dishonest to any board in the Reach. A year of this had taught her the shape of it. They cited her where citing her was useful, and read past her everywhere else, and the 2 habits lived in the same document without discomfort. A year since the seal, and the year had a shape she could have plotted. The survey had not dismissed her, there was no post to dismiss her from. They had been careful, after the finding, to leave her none, so she was neither employed nor free of them. A name kept in a drawer marked hours, and brought out at the right conferences, and not otherwise fed. The invitations came for the great Dr. Vale to sit on a panel beside her own conclusion and be photographed agreeing with it. The work did not come. Half the Reach quoted her, and a fair fraction of that half had never read past the abstract, and the other fraction had read all of it and wanted only the parts that armed them. She had made a self out of being exactly right, and being exactly right had turned out to be a thing other people did with your name, while you watched from a borrowed room 2 decks down. Renwick came down to the annex himself, which he had not needed to do, and which told her before he spoke that what he wanted was not survey business. "They gave you the Hollis room," he said, looking at the certificates that were not hers. "I'll have that seen to. You should have a proper deck." "I have a console, and a month. It does what I need." Renwick took that, and did not ask what she needed a live feed for, which was its own kind of question. Grayer than the last time, he carried it well, the way he carried everything, reasonable, unhurried, fond. He had shelved her once, years back, over a number a fraction of the size of the one she had finally made the Reach swallow, and he had done it gently, as a service, and had slept. She had never been able to hate him for it, which she counted among his more dangerous properties. "There's a chair," Renwick said, "standing science advisor to the Corridor Authority. Named, salaried, yours. I've spent what it took to keep it open this long, and I can't keep it open past the review." He said it without ornament, because ornament would have insulted them both. Inside it you have a deck, a compute allocation, standing at the table where the road is argued, and my name over yours the day someone decides the finding said more than it said. Outside it you have a month's credential and the fact that you were right, and the fact will not keep the weather off you. You want me holding a lamp for the directive that quotes me. I want you where the argument happens, instead of shouting at it from a corridor. Renwick stayed at the low, fond level he used for everything. She had never once heard it climb. You think the harder hands leave the great Dr. Vale alone out here in the cold. They don't leave anything alone that they can use. Corridor defense would take your name tomorrow, the woman who proved the roadkills, standing behind the men who mean to hold it responsibly. That's the offer you get if you refuse mine, and they'll frame it as vindication, and half the Reach will believe them. Or the board finds you overstated the case, unstable, a single brilliant reading carried too far, and the finding gets an asterisk it never loses. Used or discredited. There is no third door out there. I am the third door, and I am closing. It was truer than anything anyone had said to her in months, and she noted its accuracy as she would a clean result she did not like. For a moment the annex was very quiet, and the pull of it went through her. A chair with her name on it, a room that was hers, one man in a building full of them who had read the whole finding and understood what it cost her to seal. A year alone with a finding that had bought no one a day. She had underestimated, before he stood there offering the opposite, how much of her wanted to stop being cold. "The chair is a lamp either way," Vale said. "Yours or theirs. You'd point it at the process and call the light stewardship. They'd point it at the guns and call it survival. I've watched what a seal is worth once you've handed someone else the aim of it." She kept her voice where she kept it when a thing mattered, level and precise. "The finding is only worth what it can't be made to say. Inside your chair, it can be made to say a great deal. So, no, thank you for the door. I'd rather the cold and the aim." Renwick took it without flinching, and that was the part that landed. No argument left, only the fondness, spending itself on a woman walking out of the last shelter he had. "You were the best instrument the survey ever had the wit to hire and the cowardice to shelve," he said, standing. "I did that. I'm not here to be forgiven for it." He looked for a moment like a man tallying sums he did not like the total of. "I used to be able to keep the weather off the people I valued. I can keep it off one room now, and only until the review, and I find I'm spending the last of it on the one person in the building who won't come in out of the rain." At the hatch he paused. "When the credential lapses, so does the access. There won't be a way for me to reach onto that for you. I'm telling you so you don't find it out on a bad day." "Noted," Vale said, and meant all of it. When the hatch had shut, she sat down at the console she had a month of and brought the authentication feed up live, because a chair that let her watch nothing was worse than a corridor that let her watch the road. The feed ran the Sable corridor's authentication state in near real time, the Cairn's own channel, Provenance riding the road at the road's own speed, every clearance and hold and handshake in the throat landing on her plate within a breath of landing at the mouth. It was the only thing the annex still gave her that mattered, not the tactical picture, which belonged to corridor defense and the picket, but the layer under it, the custody and the clock, the reference every hull answered to before a gun ever entered the question. She had spent a career in that layer. She could read a throat off it the way another woman reads a room. Vale had taken to watching it on the quiet watches, when the operations floor overhead had gone to a skeleton crew and the compute was cheap. Nobody had told her to. Nobody had told her not to either, which was the sum of her standing now. The space between an instruction she no longer got and a prohibition no one had bothered to write. A Reach-flagged transit was inbound for the throat when she brought the feed up. A mixed civilian hull, families and cargo off the Reach worlds. Its clearance stamped clean against the Cairn 3 days back. Its approach corridor licensed. 161 souls on the manifest and a deceleration profile any first-watch pilot could fly. Vale watched it the way you watch weather you are not responsible for. Idly. Competently, glad of something honest to rest her eyes on. The hold came down over it at 0411, corridor clock. Corridor defense priority reallocation. A defense movement wanted the throat, and the civilian slot was revoked to clear it, the heavier stamp landing on the lighter one and lifting it out of the road. Lawful, under the directive. The transit's clearance went from green to disputed on her plate, and the command channel carried the order in the clipped register of a service that had stopped explaining itself 6 weeks ago. Transit is revoked. Hold at the picket line. We hold the corridor or nothing holds. A name rode under it. She had heard the name for a year now without a face to hang it on. Merrick. Vale had the conflict a full 10 seconds before the throat controller flagged it, because she was reading the one thing his board did not put in front of him. The transit was not holding. To the controller at the picket that read one way and one way only, a clearance-revoked hull still running its burn straight down the licensed lane was a hull refusing the hold, a runner, a breach in progress. And the picket's posture climbed toward release accordingly, the feed showing weapons authority requested and the request not yet refused. But the transit was not refusing anything. Vale pulled its burn trace against the clock. The hull was doing exactly what a hull must. It had committed its deceleration at its last abort point, the last instant it could still shed enough velocity to stop at the line. And that commit had happened at 0409 corridor clock, under a clearance that was live at 0409. The hold reached it at 0411. The order to stop had arrived 2 minutes after the last moment the hull could stop. The controller could not see it, because the controller was reading 2 clocks as one. The revocation was stamped on Corridor Defense's own timing, and on Corridor Defense's timing, the transit looked to have had margin to spare and squandered it. Reconciled to the Cairn's clock, the clock the hull's burn actually ran on, the only clock Provenance ever ran on, the margin was gone before the order existed. 161 people were about to be fired on for the offset between 2 clocks that no single seat on the whole corridor held reconciled. For one held breath, the old warmth went through her. The turn a set of readings makes when it stops being noise and comes over into sense. And then the sense arrived entire. And it was a mass of civilians 2 minutes past their last chance to obey an order that had killed them on a technicality of custody. And the warmth curdled. Vale had one instrument, and it was the right one. Not the guns. The guns were not hers, and never would be. The layer under them. She built the flag she could honestly raise, and raised it against the release itself, the way she had once built an authentication to break, and watched it hold. Clearance status disputed. Provenance under authenticated review. Hull committed under valid clearance prior to revocation. Compliance physically foreclosed. See reconciled interval. She ran both events onto the Cairn's clock, wrote the 2 minutes in where a controller would look first, appended the hull's stopping envelope off its manifest mass so no one could call the abort point generous, and pushed all of it up the authentication channel, which was the fastest rail humans had ever built, and the one rail that ran Cairn native and could not be told to wait. It landed on the throat controller's board beside the release request, a provenance dispute stamped against the very clearance the picket was preparing to fire on the strength of. And a corridor run on custody has one law under all the others, the law the Cairn exists to keep. You do not put a round through a hull whose clearance is under authenticated review, because the review might be right, and a corpse cannot be re-cleared. The release request went amber and stopped climbing. The picket held. Down the licensed lane, the transit finished the burn it had had no choice but to fly, shed its velocity, and coasted through the line it could never have stopped short of, into the throat, intact, 161 people who did not know how close the clock had come to spending them. Vale sat back from the console with her pulse loud in her own ears and watched the tactical layer she was not supposed to be able to read resolve from a killing into an incident. In the settling of it, she opened the manifest, which she had not done. 161 was a figure, and a figure was a thing you could carry across a bad watch, and a list of names was not. She read it now. Households in the Reach's careful hand, line and age, keel by keel, a woman of 90 and a boy of 4, and the ordinary numbers between. She read it once. Then corridor defense turned them back. The hold stood. She had not touched the hold. She had no instrument that could. Her dispute stayed the round. It did not clear the road. Once the transit was slow enough to answer its helm, the picket put an escort on it and walked it back out as it had come. Clearance revoked, provenance dispute noted, and overridden by the directive's authority. The annotation landing under it as it had landed under a Ferren manifest on some other desk she would never see. The command channel closed the matter in one line, measured, not cruel, entirely immovable. Transit turned. Corridor secure. 161 people, alive, pointed back at the Reach with the road shut in their faces. And on the Reach's side of it, a policy that had worked exactly as written, held the corridor, turned the hull, and would enter the near miss as proof the system was sound. Merrick's road had won the throat without firing, and Vale had helped it, had spent her one honest instrument to make sure the victory came clean. The after-action note reached the annex within the hour, because the annex was, for a month, inside the loop, and someone in it had done the arithmetic she was afraid of. It thanked the review annex for a timely provenance intervention that had prevented a regrettable outcome, and affirmed the resilience of the layered clearance process. Her save entered into the record as the directive's good health, used precisely as Renwick had said, and inside the hour, exactly as he'd said that too. Vale did not answer it. She sat in the Hollis room that was not hers, with the feed still live, and made herself say the true thing plainly, because a comfortable summary was the one dishonesty she had never let herself keep. The process had not caught it. She had caught it, late, by hand, in the last 2 minutes, off a credential that lapsed at month's end. And only because reconciling to the Cairn's clock was the single reflex she could not switch off. Every other seat on the corridor had read the throat as a runner. The layer that should have flagged a committed civilian hull against a revoked clearance before the commit, not after, had flagged nothing, because no authority on the road held the whole load reconciled in one frame in time to be warned by it. Earth carried the licensed picture, its own slots, its own clock, its own hulls bright, and around them the ground, its overlay, ran thin or blank. In the volume where the dying happened, and where Merrick's picket now sat, the corridor was half blind, and the blindness was structural, and today it had come within 2 minutes of a manifest with a 4-year-old on it. There was one complete record of that load anywhere. Not Earth's projection, the lived thing. Years of the Reach crossed and logged by the fleet that actually rode it. Every committed vector, and every off-clock crossing on ground the survey had never licensed. The corridor as it was born rather than as it was billed. She knew whose it was. She had refused for a year to want it, as she refused most things that came with an aim attached. Rade held it, and Rade would give it to her for a price she had already declined once and would decline again. And none of that changed the single fact the day had left in her hands. With it, she would have seen this coming, and without it she had watched people nearly die on a feed and been able to do exactly one thing about it, and it had not opened the road. Vale opened a fresh sheet on a console she had 3 weeks left on, off the surveys channels, off any line that would carry a countersignature or a record she could be examined on. She did not title it. She wrote, in the plain, sparing register the Reach used for asking, to the only party on the corridor who held the load whole, a short message that put no seal on anything, and offered no seal for anything, and asked, off every authority that could have told her not to, for the ground Earth carried as blank. It was the first thing she had ever done in the Reach she could not have defended to a board. Not the analysis, which would be clean, but the reaching itself, unsealed and off every record, to the man whose banner her proof had become. A provenance officer who went around the record to get her data was something other than a provenance officer, and she knew exactly what, and did it anyway. 20 years she had been unable to. Being right and idle for a year had worn through something she had not been watching, and 161 people had nearly died in front of her for a picture she could have been holding. Vale read it once as she checked everything, assuming it would fail. Then she sent it into the dark, and sat a while in the borrowed room with the road running true and unreachable on the feed, and did not take it back. Chapter 4. The Banner. The lamp came for the 38 on the morning Sethi's boat put down, and walking up from the landing ground with his field book against his ribs, he was glad he had not missed it by a day. Sethi had already missed the mark. Austrey's mark had gone blank 3 weeks back, high up the road where the new corridor tied into the old trunk, and every hull that passed the junction had read it go, a settlement code and 5 generations of proven sky, hole on the plate one watch and a clean nothing the next. Sethi had watched it from a Marshall boat's repeater, with a Ferren machinist standing at his shoulder who made no sound the whole time it took. There was no unwriting a thing off the road. That was its one law, and its cruelest here. Earth had called the finding contested and asked for further study, and the road had gone ahead and entered the verdict without waiting on the board. Blank, beyond argument for anyone who cared to look. The world they had been lent to grieve it on was a good one, which nobody counted a mercy. A yellow-white sun stood over the valley, high and ordinary and not to be born. One more star Earth's poets had stopped naming. And along the river path the minders walked their lines of children with the old rule going mouth to mouth, not to look, not even at the going down. On Austrey, that teaching had died with the sky. Here, a live sun was a thing the young learned like a grammar, and their elders came out to the naming under woven brims, eyes made for a red world running wet in this one's forenoon. Sethi came up the path into the smell of kiln smoke and turned earth, and, under it, the resin and stone smell that meant a keel had lately been in, and found the settlement out along its east fence, all of it, standing to the row of stakes O'Dye had driven there the winter the stayers were still only absent. 38 stakes, old orthography, the letters filled with kiln black. O'Dye went down the line of them at his own pace with the hooded lamp, and at each stake he stopped, and a voice out of the crowd said the name once, eldest kin, where there was kin, and where there was none, the lamp stood its pause and went on, and a stone went down at the foot of the stake from somebody's pocket, river flat, carried off Austrey's ground in the ballast of a keel and kept against this exact morning. No bodies had come off Austrey. The names had to be grave enough. Sethi stood at the back among the households and did not take out the book. He knew the roll on the stakes. He had written it fair himself, twice, and ruled the section for it in his own field book before there was a death in it to enter. A girl of perhaps 5 stood in front of him with a fist in her mother's skirt, watching the lamp, and turned once to look up at the roadmaker with the gray in his beard and the strange up and down still in the set of his face, and decided he would keep, and turned back. Morrow's name was the 38th at the head of the row, cut in Odai's own knife hand. When the lamp reached it, Odai said that one himself, and set the stone himself, and pressed the earth flat around it with the side of his foot, and straightened, and the morning was allowed to go on. It went on as the Ferren carried everything, which was by working. The children were walked back to their lesson. A man of the orchard families took up a barrow. And down at the low end of the field, by their own boats, the coalition stood and watched it all to the end. Gray salvage hulls, disciplined crews, kept to their own ground since the second going the way guests keep to a doorway. They did not come up to the stakes, which was courtesy, and they did not leave, which was not. One of them stood a little apart from the crews with his hands behind him, bareheaded under the sun he had been born to and could look at full, and Sethi marked him for what he was before ever they spoke, not a raider. A man sent to be seen being respectful. Rade did not spend his people carelessly, and he had spent one to stand at a Ferren graveside on the morning the last of Ostri went into the ground. That was an itinerary, not an accident. Odai came back along the fence when the last stone was down, the mallet and a coil of cord still in his hand out of some habit of a working day, and stopped in front of Sethi as he stopped in front of a thing he had decided to say. "You came for the naming." "I came for the rounds. The naming found me." Sethi looked down the row of stakes. "I would have come for it had I known the day." The day was not announced. The sun set the day. Odai let his eyes go down the line of names and then out over the gray hulls, and came back without hurry and without comment on what he had looked at. A keel asked for the road 3 weeks gone. 7 households off the marshalling stations come the long way round from where the second going scattered them, asking leave at the throat to cross out to us here. Kin of the 4th house and the orchard families, and 4 of Morrow's own blood, that his household would not carry off Ostri, and that the going carried anyway. The youngest is 4 years old. She has a name. I will give it to you for your book. A pause for accuracy, not for weight. Earth's desk ranked them under the freight and turned the keel back. They are held at a station with no sun of their own, waiting on a leave that will not come, while the road they were promised runs ordnance over their heads. Sethi took the 4-year-old's name, and the 6 households, and the line of Morrows the going had carried off after all, and wrote them in his best hand. It was his work, and he was good at it, and it steadied nothing. He had come out to keep his people a people, and standing at the fence with Rade's man bareheaded at the low end of the field, and the last of Ostri in the ground at the high end, he saw the shape the week meant to take, and set himself against it before it had finished arriving. They were going to be made into a reason. Ostri dead and proven right, and their children turned back at the throat. A people could be a great many things with that done to them, and the easiest, the one already standing on the field waiting to be asked, was a weapon. Tekka was at the plate. The settlement had a route repeater now, salvaged off a dead Marshall boat and stood on a bench under a lean-to at the field's edge, and Tekka was in front of it with his arms folded, reading the road, planted the way he had stood at the Dawnward's hold ladder for the length of a transit 2 years before. He had gone on growing into himself. The shoulders had stopped being unfinished. The grin, when Sethi came up and earned one, arrived and went again quickly, as though it had somewhere to be. Roadmaker. The word came out worked on, an edge filed onto it, the delight that had ridden in it on Ostry long spent. You've kept up the plate. You taught me a good trade. Tekka did not turn from it. The one thing on the road no power can strike, you told me, beyond earth, beyond argument, for always. So I learned to read it. And do you know what it wrote me first, for all my keeping? His finger went to the junction where the trunk met the corridor, to a glyph that carried nothing under it. That, a settlement code. 5 grandmothers of proven sky. Then a clean nothing, and Earth on the same channel asking for further study of whether the sun that had just finished was finishing. I watched our world go blank, Sethi, on the instrument you taught me to trust. I read it go, too, from a boat. From a boat. Tekka turned the words over without kindness, with somewhere to be after. Sethi took that, because the fair part of it was the part that would do the work, and because 30 years had taught him that a man handed his own grievance whole will sometimes set it down. He said nothing, and let the plate go on saying nothing, and after a while Tekka's arms came unfolded. They turned back kin of the 4th house, Tekka said, 4 of Morrow's blood, a child of 4. On to a road we were told, medium pause, proven, sealed, ours by more than leave, medium pause, that we are owed a share of. We asked for narrow, roadmaker. 5 grandmothers we asked that the road be kept narrow, and were called frightened for the asking. And now we are proven right in Earth's own assemblies and turned back at Earth's own throat in the one same season. Right and turned back. You keep words. Give me the word for that. Sethi had no word for it that Tekka did not already own, and to reach for one would be to do the thing the desk at the throat did, hand a man a form where he had asked for a hearing. So he gave him the other truth. There isn't one, not one that carries it. Something in Tekka eased at that, fractionally, the way a man eases who has been braced against comfort and is handed the truth instead. For a moment, the old face came up under the worked one. You told me once I'd be the strongest man in the town, he said, on earth, that I'd bounce. The ghost of it held and thinned. I have the shoulders now. I broke 3 pains this winter learning what they weigh. Strong for what? Saggers? For carrying stone up a hill to a name that is already blank on the road? Come and do the rounds with me instead, Sethi said. 3 settlements down the river, names to write, and a keel of your kin coming in that will need reading to. It's not nothing, Tekka. It's the work that keeps us a people while Earth is worked on. While Earth is worked on, Tekka came off the plate at last and faced him. My grandmother's grandmother watched the sky 40 years and wrote what she saw, and was believed the year after her son finished. I have her patience in me somewhere. I have been trying to spend it since the mark went blank, and it is gone. He was not shouting. That was the frightening part. The reason Sethi could hear the gray boats in the shape of it. Grief that had nowhere to go was only grief, the reasoning ran. But grief with a hull under it and a throat to point at was a claim Earth would finally have to answer. It was not wrong in any part Sethi could seize, and that was the entirety of what frightened him. Tekka was not being lied to. He was being offered, precisely and courteously, a use for the worst thing that had ever happened to him. And standing at the plate with his son a blank mark under his finger, he was the exact man the offer had been built to fit. They will spend you, Sethi said, however gently they ask. You are not a weapon, Tekka. You are a keeper of names. You said them all in order once, every star the going out ever took, on a hill for a girl in Survey Gray. I have that from Wells. She has never once forgotten it. Keep being the man who does that. Tekka looked at him a while, and the old face went back down under the worked one, and stayed down. The girl in Survey Gray is grounded, Roadmaker. Her survey buried our sun for a year and called it study, and the stars I set on the hill are still out. He turned back to the plate. Go and do your rounds. Write the 4-year-old's name. I hope Earth reads it. His finger stayed on the blank glyph. I have stopped waiting to see whether it will. Sethi went down to the low end of the field in the afternoon, because a thing you mean to fight you had best first let finish, and because a man's offer rings truer from the man himself. Rade's envoy let him come the whole way before he turned, and met him with a courtesy so exact it was nearly a rebuke. Close to, he was older than the posture, reach-bred, the diverged verre look on him human past mistaking, and a long time from any home Earth had a chart for. He gave his errand before it was asked, which was its own kind of confidence. Dr. Sethi, the linguist, you keep the names. He inclined his head a precise degree. Ansel Rade keeps names too. He sent me to see the last of Austri into the ground on his behalf, and to be seen doing it, and to correct anyone who tells you the verre came here to recruit. You came here to recruit. We came to offer, the man said, unoffended. The distinction matters to your people, so it matters to me. No Ferren crews a verre hull who has not asked to. That is Rade's word, and I have never known him spend it wrongly. Then let me hear the offer, so I can tell them plainly what they're being asked. The offer is a hull under their grief. He said it as flat as a lading figure. Your people were proven right in Earth's own assemblies and are ranked under freight at Earth's own throat in the same season. That is not a wrong a letter mends. Rade holds the Reach's corridors now, the licensing, the pickets, the leverage of a road Earth cannot run without answering to him. He can put a Ferren keel through the Sable throat that Earth's desk turned back. He would rather do it with Earth's leave extracted than without it. And if Earth withholds its leave. Then Earth explains, to a road that keeps every mark for always, why it turned a proven right people back into the dark. The envoy's eyes were steady and not unkind, which was the hardest thing in him to argue with. You misread us, Doctor. Rade has held a fleet at the throat's edge a whole season, with the guns cold. Do you not ask yourself why? Tell me why. Because a dead child is a morning's outrage, and a living people owed the road is a claim that does not stop being true. Vindication spends slower than blood and buys more. Rod knows the difference. It is the sum of his patience. A pause. But hear the part he does not say to your people, since you at least will take it straight. The coalition is not one thing. There are those with us who have finished the argument Rod is still making, who hold that keeping the guns cold while our worlds go blank is only the slow way of losing, and that the dead are owed the road itself and not a chair at Earth's table over it. Rod holds them too. It costs him more to hold them every season. When a keel of yours decides to try the throat with or without Earth's leave, and one will, grief does not wait on leave. Rod will be the reason it is escorted and not abandoned, and the men he is holding will be the reason the escort rides with its guns warm. You're describing my people as a fuse, Sethi said, and yourself as the careful hand on it. I have trusted a careful hand before, and read it wrong, and buried people I was sent to keep for the reading. They are not a fuse. Austri was a world, not a reason. Every name on those stakes wanted their own small sun back, and nothing larger. And not one of them wanted to become the argument Earth would finally have to hear. The envoy heard him out entire. Rod's people did that, and it was where the menace lived, in the patience of it. You are right that they are not a banner, he said. I am telling you they are becoming one, and that you will not stop it by wishing them ordinary. The banner is not ours to raise, nor yours to lower. Austri raised it, going blank on a road that keeps the mark for always. We only decline to look away. He turned back toward the gray hulls. Do your rounds, Doctor. Write the names. When your people choose, and it is theirs to choose, we are agreed at least on that, I think you will find they chose some weeks ago, and are waiting only on a man they trust to stop asking them not to. Sethi stood at the low end of the field with the afternoon sun he was forbidden to look at coming down on the gray hulls, and understood he had come to argue a man out of an offer, and had been shown instead that the offer needed no making. The fuse was lit already. Rod was the length of it, holding, and the holding was real, and it ran shorter every season. And the thing that would take the last of it was not the coalition at all. It was a keel of grieving people deciding they were done asking. When that decision came, it would wear the one face he could not argue against, because he had spent his whole life defending its right to be worn, their own. They gathered at the speaking ground after dark, which among the Ferren was not a thing called or summoned so much as a thing that filled, household by household, until the ground was the settlement, and the settlement was the ground. Odai stood at the front of it by the gray Austri stone, and did not open with a case, because the case had walked the settlement 3 weeks, and everyone had it entire. He opened by naming what was true, which was his office. A keel of our kin is held at a sunless station, he said, the low voice carrying the length of the ground without once lifting, turned from a road we are owed, waiting on a leave earth will not send. The Vere have offered escort to any hull of ours that goes to the throat to cross without it. The offer is honest, and the danger in it is honest too. It is not mine to take or to refuse. It is the settlement's. Who speaks? They spoke. A pump crew nan for going, and an old woman of the kilns for waiting, and each was heard entire, because hearing a thing out was the last wealth these people had kept through 2 evacuations, and would spend on anyone. Sethi was given the ground when he asked it. A roadmaker, at a fair in speaking, permitted by 30 years and a book of their names, and he used it as well as he had ever used anything, and it was not enough, and some part of him had known it walking up. Sethi asked them to wait, not to submit, to wait. The finding was public and permanent, and it was working on Earth slower than a season, but it was working. There were desks like the one that turned their keel back, where the man or woman on the far side hated the turning. The road that kept Austri's blank mark for always kept it for Earth's grandchildren to read too, and shame was slow, and it was not nothing. To take the throat by force now, under Rod's cold guns, was to hand Earth the single thing it wanted. A Ferren keel it could call a coalition hull, a grief it could call a fleet, a people it could point at in place of answering. Do not let them make you the reason there is a war, he said. You are the reason there should not be one. Stay that. It is harder, and it is worth more. They heard him out. And then a woman of the orchard families, whose share of the west field had been held 2 years for a household on the turned-back keel, put to him the question he could not carry. How many seasons, roadmaker? You ask us to wait, and I hear that you mean well by it, as the woman at the desk means well. My son is 3 weeks in the brown. My cousin's child is 4 years old at a station with no sky.
Give me the number of seasons, and I will put it to the ground and abide it. If you cannot give me the number, do not ask me to wait a length you will not name."
Sethi could not name it. To name a number would be to lie, and the one thing he had never done to these people in 30 years was hand them a comfortable lie. So he did the honest thing and the ruinous thing in the one breath, and stood at a Ferren, speaking with the ground waiting on him, and said nothing, and let the silence be the true answer. Odai let the silence stand its length. "Then the settlement sends its keels," he said. "Any household that chooses the throat chooses it whole, and is written as going, not as sent. Any that stays is written staying, and holds the shares of the going against their return." He looked out over the dark ground. "We asked the road be kept narrow, and were not heard. We will ask it now to be kept open long enough for our kin to cross. If earth will not hear that either, the road will keep the asking for always, where earth's grandchildren can read who asked and who refused." Tekka was on his feet before the speaking had finished settling, not to argue now, the arguing was spent, but to be counted first. As a man steps first onto ice, he means the rest to trust. He gave Sethi the deep incline as he passed, the full one, household to road, and there was no anger left anywhere in it, which was worse than the anger. He had what he had wanted since the keel 3 times refused him. He was going to the throat to cross a road no power could strike, his son a blank mark and his patience gone, and he was almost at peace with it. The terrible ease of a man who has stopped waiting. By the gray hours, the keels were being readied along the landing ground, and the pilgrim routes were carrying the count outward and bringing other counts home. That this settlement had not been the only one to hold its speaking that season, that the grief had done its arithmetic across all the scattered worlds at once and come out, everywhere, the same answer. Sethi did the thing he was for. He sat at the field's edge with the book on his knee under a hooded lamp, and wrote the manifest of the going, household by household, name by name, in his best hand. The 4th house and the orchard families, 4 of Marrow's line, come out to join the very kin the going had scattered. Tekka's name, and beneath it the name of a 4-year-old girl not yet even at the throat, to be counted onto a hull the hour her keel cleared the sunless station. The count, when he ran it against his knee finger by finger, the way he ran a sum he did not want made true, came to something near 2,400 souls across the scattered, Ferren in the main, with the other lost of the reach thrown in among them who had their own dead skies to be right about. 2,400 bound for the throat, with or without earth's leave. Sethi wrote until his hand cramped, and shook it out, and wrote more. Up the road, the throat stood between a fleet and a hold, with the guns cold, for now, and colder was not the direction the season ran. Sethi did not let himself follow the thought to where it led. He wet the pencil and set down the next name, and the next, and kept the lamp hooded over the page, so that whatever the road came to write of these people when they reached it, he would have written them first, as themselves, while they were still only leaving. Chapter 5. The Neutral Hull. For 4 days Dawes had flown the Dawnward nowhere at all, and it was the best flying he had done in a year. The Dawnward sat clamped in a yard cradle on Highreach's 3rd ring, drive trimmed to a murmur, a few hundred tons of gantry bolted along her flanks, and a yard crew crawling her spine, and she went precisely nowhere. Dawes ran her up twice a watch regardless. He would bring the mains off idle, put his hands on the yoke, and read the refit back through his palms.
The new drive a half-beat quicker off the mark than the old, and heavier at the stern, where the yard had hung a galley she had never carried, and a comms mast she did not need to survey anything. He was learning her over again like a friend back from a hospital. Same voice, new weight, mind the stairs. It was make-work. He knew it was make-work. For 4 days it had let him not think too hard about where the 5th day pointed. Nobody had said grounded when they stood the crew down a year and more back, and nobody said forgiven now they had handed her over. The word on the order was seconded the Dawnward to the Reach as an independent survey hall, her crew recalled to duty for the duration. Dawes had worn a uniform long enough to read a recall for what it was. Locke's hearing had not been dropped. It had been carried round to the far side of the job and set down there, a chair moved out of a doorway somebody still meant to use. Earth had not decided the crew was owed a thing. Earth had found a use for the one hull both fleets would let through a picket, and a use was not a pardon, and Dawes liked it better that way. A pardon put you in a man's debt, a job you simply flew. They had come back to her in 1s and 2s across the 4 days. Sethi first, off a diaspora ship with 3 cases of contact gear and a 4th of spice, delighted about a word he was saving for a table. Wells next, walking up the yard arm from the root floor with a duffel on her shoulder and the look of a woman let out of a small room, who had said good to be off the desk a beat before she was through the lock, then gone red about having said it. Vale last of any of them, and only just, arriving with a hard case of her own gear and no explanation for where she had been, which was the Reach half the year, ungoverned and unemployed, and cited by people who had never read her. Dawes did not ask, and she did not offer. Rook had never really left. He slept aboard when the yard let him, because a survey ship in a cradle was closer to a place that was his than anywhere else on Highreach. And Vale was in a running argument with the yard about a panel.
Dawes found it on his second walk-through of the day, aft at the relay station, where the refit crew had pulled the old mechanical board, the one with the throw keys worn smooth by a gnaw thumb over 5 years, and mounted a slick earth-patterned glass panel in its place. Vale had pulled the glass panel back out. It sat on the deck in its packing. The old board was reseated in the frame, wired in by hand, one corner still open. "That's coming out again," said the yard lead, a broad woman with a manifest slate and the patience of someone 6 weeks into a refit. "It's not to spec. The clearance won't sign against a survey relay that isn't to spec." "Then the spec is wrong," Vale said, not looking up from the corner he was closing. "The glass tells you a relay's failing after it has failed. These keys tell you before. You feel it go soft under the thumb a half-second early." He seated the last lead and sat back. A half-second is a great deal of relay. Rook had come aft behind Dawes with a coil of line over his shoulder, on his way to stow it, and he stopped to watch the way a man stops at a card table where a hand is going down. "The glass has fault predict," Rook said, "reads the relay's own draw and flags it 8 seconds out. Not half of one, 8. It's on the sheet, Vale. I read the sheet." Vale considered this. He turned the worn old board a degree in its frame, squared it, and considered it some more. And Dawes watched him arrive, without hurry and without any great pleasure, at a place he had plainly not expected the argument to go. 8 seconds, Vale said. 8? Then the glass is better. He said it flatly, the way Vale said a number she disliked, and did not move to take the old board out. "I would still keep this one." "On what grounds?" said the yard lead. "Taste," Vale said. "I like the keys. I have liked them for 5 years. That's all it is, and I should have led with it and saved us the argument about relays." He looked up at last, dry. "I get above myself when I'm right about the small thing and wrong about the big one.
Ask anyone who's played cards with me." The yard lead looked at Dawes, because Dawes had the deck. "Leave him his board," Dawes said. "I'm not flying a long burn with a sulking relay chief, and I'm not signing a fault predict I can't argue with either. Wire the glass in as backup where he can't see it, and put the old keys under his thumb where he wants them. Everybody's right, nobody's happy, that's a refit." He clapped Vale once on the shoulder on his way past, which he did not often do, and got a look for it. "You feel a relay go soft? You sing out. Don't wait for the glass to catch up." "I always sing out," Vale said, to his board. "You hum," said Rook. "It's not the same. Vale's been transcribing it. She thinks it's a language." "It is a language. It's the language of a man who wishes you would all stop talking." Wells's laugh came from somewhere forward, carrying down the spine of the ship, and Dawes let it go past him and did not chase the joke any further, because a crew that could still argue about a panel 4 days off the worst place in the Reach was a crew worth flying, and he had flown enough of the other kind to know it. Dawes finished the walkthrough. He signed off the drive, the yoke, the trim, the one poor dorsal gun the yard had not touched because there was no point touching it. A debris mount, rated for rock and optimism, the same one gun she had always carried. The refit had given her a galley and a better drive and a comms mast that could reach both fleets at once, and it had not given her teeth, and Dawes understood exactly why. Teeth would make her a party. Her whole worth in what was coming was that she was the one hull in the throat nobody had to shoot. They were sending a survey mule between 2 fleets and calling it a mission, and the mule went naked so that neither side could pretend she was anything else. Dawes had been the man they sent naked between 2 lines a few times, a long career ago. He knew what it was worth to the people who sent you, and he knew what it cost the man who went, and the 2 figures had never once matched. The comms mast chimed. A cutter was on the arm, requesting the lock. Earth Registry, Survey Civilian. The name on the request was one Dawes half knew off the review paper Locke had brought back gray-faced from his hearing. Halden. They had come to sign the leash. Halden came aboard alone, which told Dawes something before she had said a word, because a person who wanted to lean on you brought weight, and a person who meant to reason with you came by herself. Halden was mid-30s and moved through the lock like someone who had read the deck plan in the cutter, no hunting for a turn, no waiting to be led, straight down the spine to the galley where Locke had the crew stood ready. A slate under her arm, and a courteous, tireless attention that went over the ship as she walked it and missed nothing. She stopped once, at the relay station, and looked at the reseated old board and the glass panel wired in behind it, and Dawes watched her take the whole small compromise in at a glance and decline, visibly, to make anything of it. Captain Locke. She did not offer a hand. She offered the slate. "You'll want to read it before you sign it, all of it. I'd think less of you if you didn't." Locke took it and read. Dawes stood at his shoulder, where a pilot stands, and read what he could over the top of it, and did not need the words for the shape. He had signed 100 of these. The shape never changed. "You're the oversight officer off the last expedition," Vale said, from the far side of the galley table. She had not sat. "You filed nothing over Austri." "I filed nothing over Austri," Halden agreed. "Oversight had nothing to enter. I read your seal, Dr. Vale. I read all of it twice." Something passed between the 2 women that Dawes did not have the map for, an old duel over whose arithmetic was cleaner, and then Halden set it down, the way she had set down the panel. "That's not why I'm here. I'm here because the corridor is under an emergency directive, and no hull crosses into it now without a hand on each half of the clearance. There are 2 halves. You should hear them both from me and not read them off a plate at the throat with a picket asking you to explain yourself." Go on, Locke said. The security half is corridor defenses. She did not say the name. The flag was on the slate, and Dawes had already found it, a heavier stamp than the rest. Merrick, Corridor Defense Command, the same authority that had reached into Wells's honest small room on the root floor and struck her hand off it inside the hour, if the story Wells told over the first night's meal was the size she told it. Rules of engagement, priority of traffic, the defended throat. Under it, you hold station where you're told to hold it, you keep your one gun cold unless corridor defense releases it, and you do not put this hull between a picket and its firing solution, and expect the picket to care that you're a survey ship. That half isn't mine. I can't soften it, and I won't pretend I can. And the other half? Said Locke. The other half is mine. Halden turned the slate a degree so the countersignature sat square to him. Her own, under the survey's authentication authority. The seat, Dawes gathered, she had been raised into after Austri, the civilian side of the Reach's provenance, the Cairn's own writ. You are cleared into the Reach to observe and to de-escalate. You are the hull both sides trust. You spend that trust holding the temperature down at the throat, while cooler heads than any of ours settle who moves and who waits. And you authenticate nothing new. You open no new road, prove no new node, cut no new provenance into that Reach without Earth's leave. Mine, in writing, in advance. Not a mark. Whatever you find out there, however good the reason looks with people in front of you, you bring it home first. The galley had gone quiet under that. Sethi, who met trouble by trying to understand it, was the one who spoke. And if the reason is very good, he said gently, if it's people, then it is exactly the moment the directive is written for. Halden did not reach for it as a defense. She offered it as the thing she believed, which Dawes found he could not push against as easily as he wanted to. The last time this Reach cut a new road, Dr. Sethi, the road killed a sky, and a great many of the people who signed it did so with an excellent reason, and a great many people in front of them. The directive is the Reach agreeing, once, in writing, that it will not do the very good thing alone and in a hurry ever again. Someone has to hold that line, or the next road gets cut by whoever is angriest at the throat that afternoon. I'd rather it were held by people I can respect. That's why I signed it, and why I came in person to ask you to. Nobody had an answer to that, which Dawes reckoned was the point of it. The worst orders he had ever carried had come from men he could dismiss. This was not that. This was a decent person who had done her own arithmetic, telling you the leash was there to stop the slaughter, and being right enough that you signed. Locke read it once more, all of it, and Dawes watched him not reach for the reasons. Locke reached for reasons when he was unsure, and he was not unsure now. He was cornered. Then Locke pressed his thumb to the plate, and it took, and the Dawnward went from a ship in a cradle to a hull cleared into a war nobody had started yet. Leashed on both halves, the security one Merrick's, and the civil one Halden's, and the second the heavier of the two, though it carried the lighter guns. You'll be at the throat in 5 days, Halden said, taking the slate back. Hold the temperature down. Bring me anything you find. Don't make me your enemy over it. I'm the best friend that directive has, and it's the best friend those people at the throat have, whether they'd thank me for it or not. At the lock, she stopped and looked back, once, at Vale. Your seal held, Doctor. Every board that tried to break it, it held. I wanted you to hear that from me, and not off a plate. Then she was gone down the arm to her cutter, alone as she had come, And the crew stood in the new galley with the clearance signed and the leash on, and nobody quite ready to say the first ordinary thing. Dawes said it. Somebody had to, and it was usually him. "Well," he said, "she's the best of them, and she just tied both our hands behind our backs and asked us nicely to go stand between two fleets. Wells, get me a departure slot. If we're going to be leashed, I'd sooner be leashed and moving." He was already turning for the con. "Everybody who's flying, be flying. Everybody who's stowing, stow it now. I'm not chasing a loose case round the deck at the throat."
Dawes flew her off Highreach at the top of the next watch, and for a little while it was only the thing he loved. The yard cast her off clean, cradle clamps back, the arm swinging away, the last umbilical dropping, and then she was his and nobody's else. A few 100 tons of survey ship answering a man's hands in open dock. And Dawes walked her out through the ring traffic on maneuvering thrust, the slow, careful way that was really the show-off way, threading the lighters and the yard tugs and the tall lit spines of the deep-range hulls at closure margins that made the traffic controller come up on the channel once, dryly, to ask whether the Dawnward wanted the whole ring or just most of it. Dawes gave her back most of the ring. He kept the rest. Below them, Earth came round bright and enormous, with its night-side cities strung in long chains. The richest sky the species had ever built. Every hull in it, lit and bound somewhere no one 2 lifetimes back could have reached. And Dawes flew out through the middle of all that abundance, with his hands light on the yoke, and something in his chest gone briefly, uncomplicatedly young. Dawes did not say any of that. A pilot who narrated the good part talked himself out of it. But Rook, who had come up to the con to run the reach board and had flown enough with him now to read the back of his neck, said, "You're enjoying this." And Dawes said, "I'm working." And Rook said, "You're enjoying this at work. It's disgraceful. Val should file it." And Dawes let the corner of his mouth go and flew. Then the ring fell behind them, and the Sable corridor opened ahead. And he brought the mains up, and the refit drive took hold, quicker off the mark than the old and true all the way through the shove. And the corridor ran out in front of the Dawnward the length of the reach, the licensed gold of it, node to proven node, the whole lamp-lit sprawl of the road the ship had helped cut, running away toward the throat and the mouth beyond. For a stretch of the burn, there was nothing to do but fly a good ship down a beautiful road. And Dawes did it, and let it be enough while it lasted, because he knew to the hour how long that was. It lasted until Wells put the throat up on the forward plate. Wells had not waited to be asked, Silva's habit grown into her, the true picture unsoftened before the pilot had to send for it. The Cairn came up first, the authentication anchor on the span's lip, the one mark the whole reach trusted, and the prize both fleets had come for. Strung across the space in front of it, Merrick's picket, Earth warships in corridor defense colors, no longer the cold holding arc it had been, but a line with every edge lit. Off the reach side, standing well back, but standing, Rade's coalition, 40 hulls of grief turned into policy, waiting on the far end of the same throat. And crawling up the middle toward the gap between them, slow, a straggle of old salvage tulls, Dawes could read the trouble in from here without a single number attached. Ferren built and reach-patched and worse, a whole people on failing gyros, bound for the corridor with or without Earth's leave, because a sky had gone out behind them and there was nowhere left to go but forward. 3 forces closing on one point.
Dawes had spent 60 years learning to read exactly this: mass and closure and the angles between them, the timing of who arrived when, and the picture on the plate was the oldest one in his trade and the one he had joined a survey to stop having to read. Everything in the throat was moving toward everything else, and the geometry did not have a version in it where they all passed clean. "That's the clock," Dawes said, and no one on the con needed it explained. Dawes looked down the length of the ship once, at the 6 of them at their stations: Wells and her true unsoftened plate, Vale gone cold and exact at the science board, Sethi bent over the transit's tongues, Rook reading the reach, Vale's thumb resting on his old worn keys, Locke in the chair at last, with the leash signed, and the age still needing to be worth what it had cost him, the whole warm, disreputable lot of them, and he did not say a word to any of them about where he was flying them, because there was no kind way to say it, and it was the job. Then he faced front, put his hands back on the yoke, and flew the Dawnward down the gold road toward the throat, toward the hold and the fleet at station, and the slow crowd of old hulls crawling into the narrowing gap between them, and 5 days on the clock before the Dawnward reached it and stood in the middle of it.
Chapter 6. The Warlord's Table. Through the boat's forward glass, Rade's fleet came up the way a coast comes up out of a morning. Not a line of hulls this time, but a place, lit and lived in. And Locke had half closed the distance before he made himself say the plain truth about it. He had crossed this fleet once, a year and some months back, and read it then by its order, which is how a captain reads any anchorage he has not been trusted in. A service held in the open, salvaged hulls kept truer than Earth kept its own. Nothing drifting, every ship sitting where a man who counted everything had put it. He had come back braced for the same fleet, harder. This time it was a country. 40-odd hulls still, near enough, much as he had left them, but everything that held them together had changed. A year ago, the ships had sat where discipline put them. Now they sat where they were lived in. Tenders married hull to hull along a spine of transfer lines. A bulk carrier opened down one flank into a run of small lit ports like a street of windows. A squat hull burning a green grow light through every opening on a single deck. Steady, permanent, the light of people who mean to still be here in a year. Somewhere in the middle of it, families were raising food and children under salvaged lamps and calling it home. Locke had flown into enough anchorages to tell a fleet from a country. A fleet you could imagine dispersed, stood down, its crews paid off to wherever they'd come from. He looked for the seam where this one would come apart when the pressure came off it. Out of the habit of a man whose whole first trade was reading what held a thing together and what would let it go. And he could not find the seam. There was nowhere to send these people back to. Their skies were going out. Rade had spent a year turning that grief into a country, and countries do not stand down and go home. Locke had come to keep this one from doing the next thing. That was his brief, under the language the Reach clearance dressed it in. Observe. De-escalate. Hold station. The Dawnward sat a half-day back up the corridor. The one hull both roads still let come close. Dawes had flown him out to the parley buoy in her boat and held there with the engines warm, having read the safe return clause once and answered only that Locke should come back. And Locke had crossed the last of the distance in the Coalition's own boat, alone, because there was no one left to bring. A year ago, Halden would have read the parley clauses at his shoulder, declined the traps in them, and made him sharper for the crossing. Halden was on Earth now, lifted into the seat that signed his sailing orders. The review that had grounded his crew was open behind him, a door he'd been told to leave unlocked.
He was crossing to a warlord's fleet with an empty hand and orders to sound reasonable, and the warlord had just been proved right in front of the whole sky.
The flag hull took him in through the same converted ore hold, and the search there ran as it had the first time, courteous, total. A young officer with the Reach's own half-turned look to her running the wand down his gray without once meeting it. What had changed was the walk forward. Where he'd been shown a working hull kept like an instrument, he was walked now through the offices of a state. A bay fitted as a clinic, a real physician in it, and a queue at the hatch. A compartment of children at a lesson under a Reach hand who did not break the lesson to watch Earth's gray go by. And a long passage whose bulkhead had been given over, plate by bolted plate, to the dead, 40 of them, salvage-cut names and dates in a hand that was not Earth's, each one a whole sky that had gone out, carried hull to hull the length of the Reach and bolted up here where the Coalition's own people passed them walking to their work. On his first crossing there had been one such plate, hung behind Rade's table. Locke had read a brief about the plates and believed it had prepared him. 40 of them along one bulkhead was not a thing any brief prepared a man for. Rade was on his feet when Locke came into the room at the end of the passage, which was the courtesy, and did not come round the table to give his hand, which was not. Last time there had been no head to this table, a dressed cargo pallet with Rade seated along its side, a man refusing the shape of a chair in front of Earth's officers. There was a head to it now, a bolted salvage seat no better than the others except in where it stood, and Rade in front of it, letting Locke cross the room to him. Captain Locke. "You've moved the furniture," Locke said. Something thin and courteous went across Rade's face and did not stay. The Reach moved it. I stopped standing in my own doorway to make a point to Earth's officers. It was costing me a chair and a year, and I found I could spare neither. He put his hand out then, dry and hard and brief. "Sit. You've had the search. Now you have the rest." They sat. A Coalition hand set 2 cups of something dark and hot on the pallet and went out, and Rade let the quiet run a moment while Locke's gray settled into the salvaged chair, and then began where a man begins who has already fixed his ending. "The last time you sat here, I asked Earth for one thing," Rade said. "Finish your survey. Say aloud what you found. I told your keeper I'd have spent a whole fleet to make myself unnecessary and counted it the best work of my life." The cup turned a quarter circle under his fingers and stopped. "Your cartographer finished it. She said it aloud, louder than I'd have dared ask, to the whole sky, under her own seal, where no board could bury it a second time. So I was right. I am on the record as right, in Earth's own hand. You'll forgive me if I don't thank you for it. I didn't cross a fleet for thanks. No, you crossed it because Earth read the same finding I did, and mended not one road. Even, unhurried, each word set down and left where it fell. It rationed the corridor. It set Admiral Merrick and a war fleet over the throat. It made passage a thing a hull earns by being useful to Saul, and turned back the ones that aren't. I watched your civilization handed the truth it spent my whole life refusing, handed it, proved, and public, and passed unmaking. And I watched it decide the lesson was that the road wanted holding." He drank at last. "You have made my entire argument for me, out of your own mouths, inside a year. There is nothing left in it for me to persuade a soul of. That is what has changed since you last sat at my table, Captain. I am done persuading."
Locke had come with one thing to lay down, and felt it go to ash before it left him. He laid it down anyway, because it was the true shape of his brief, and because a man puts his one card face up. "Then stop persuading and use it," Locke said, keeping it plain. "You're right, it's on the record, and the record is what doesn't die out here when the man carrying it dies. You taught me that, on a lane, before either of us had a word for what was killing your skies. Earth militarized the corridor because it's frightened, and frightened institutions grab the wheel. That isn't the end of the argument. It's the worst stretch of the middle of it. There are boards that have to sit on what Vale proved. There's an appropriation cycle, there's the review, there's the difference between a board that's slow and a board that's... Boards. Rade set the word down the way he'd set one down years ago, a coin counted back to a debtor. Review. The open. I have heard your 4 good words in this reach before, Captain, and I can tell you to the gram what they bought. Your board has held Dr. Vale's finding a year. In that year, it unwidened nothing, licensed nothing back, seated no one at any table, and buried the finding only because a woman put it somewhere burial couldn't reach. Your process ran to the end. It made the truth and changed nothing but the count of guns. Don't offer me the machine again. I have watched it run to completion, and completion is Admiral Merrick with a fleet across the only door out of my sky. Locke felt the reasons stack up behind his teeth. The cycle, the pending review, the whole careful case for the slowness being honest slowness, and felt in the same moment exactly how each of them would land in this room, and did the thing a decade of watching Vale had finally taught him. He stopped talking. Rade let him keep the silence, which was its own courtesy, and then took the parley where he had built it to go. So, since neither of us came to waste the other's day, the road kills, and that is no longer my grief set against your plenty. It is a measured thing in your own ledger that every keeper in the reach can read for himself. A thing that kills, you stop. If it cannot be mended, and your own board has spent a year proving it will not be mended, then it must be broken. He set both forearms on the pallet, the old settling gesture, and there was no heat anywhere in it. I have come to the plain end of a long road, Captain. I mean to break yours. Locke had known some shape of it was coming the whole crossing, and hearing it laid flat still took a breath out of him. "It won't do the thing you wanted to," Locke said. "I'll say this part once and straight, because you've earned straight, and because it's the single thing in this room I'm certain of. Break the Sable, and you darken one corridor. You don't lift a single gram of load off the network, you move it. The traffic reroutes, the pressure stacks somewhere else, and some other sky, a junction off some other lane, starts reading wrong at noon. Your own vindication is what proves it. Vale didn't find that Earth's roads kill. She found that the killing follows the load, and load doesn't die when you cut the road under it. It reconcentrates. Break the throat, and you don't put the fire out. You pour it down a chimney you can't see, onto people who never licensed a thing, the same way it was poured onto you." Rade heard him out. He did not reach for the physics, and Locke was obscurely glad of it, because a Rade who grabbed for the equation would have been a smaller man than the one across the pallet. "And I'm the one who's meant to flinch from that," Locke went on, before the quiet could close. "So let me finish it honest. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the hold is clean. It isn't. Every day Merrick keeps the throat shut. Your reach pays the same bill in the same coin, a little more of it each year. I've read the same curve you have. Holding it kills you slowly. Breaking it kills someone else all at once. And not one move on this board that a gun can make turns a single sun back up. That's the trap, Rade. There's no version of force, yours or Merrick's, that saves anybody's sky. There's only who pays and how fast and whether they're near enough to be in the room when they do. Rade sat with that, and when he answered he went under it, as he always did, under a thing rather than at it. "You believe you've told me something," he said. "You've told me the shape of my own crime, and I have carried it since before you had a chart of this reach. Yes. Break the Sable, and a sky I will never stand beneath pays for it. I have done that some, not your way. I've no instruments. I buried the people who kept mine. But a man can count. I am not trying to save the Reach's skies. The Reach's skies are lost. Mine is lost. I put it in the ground a junction off your gold, and you know the story, and I'll not spend it on you twice." The cup sat cooling, forgotten. "I am not offering the Reach a cure, Captain. I'm no physician, and this was never a sickness with one. I'm doing the only thing a cornered man has ever been able to do to a power the size of yours. I am reaching for the one thing you cannot afford to lose and closing my hand on it, so that Earth has to choose. Choose what? To stop. Quiet and total. Not to mend. I've given up mending. It's too slow and too late, and I'll be in the ground before your boards agree what typeface to grieve in. To stop. You cannot run your abundance without the road. You cannot widen the road without putting out somebody's sun. And for 3 centuries you have squared that by making certain the sun was always somebody too far off to sit in the room with you. I am ending the distance. I am making myself the somebody in the room. Break the throat, and Earth can no longer tell itself the Reach was too far away to matter, because the Reach will be the place its artery stopped." He turned his hands over on the pallet, empty. "Reconcentrate it then. Send it up the network toward the bright middle. Let Soul's own neighbors read wrong at noon for a generation, and let us all hear how long your board goes on calling it weather. I would take that, Captain, over one more year of it running one direction only, out and down and onto us, while Earth dines under a sky that holds." Locke looked for the place it came apart. It did not come apart. He had spent a year of his life hunting the term Vale had left out, the crack in the finding that would let the age he needed be the age he'd believed in, and there had been no crack in the finding, and there was none in this. Rade was right that the road killed. Right that Earth had reached for guns before mending. Right in the only currency the Reach would ever be paid in, that breaking the throat would force Earth to choose, and Locke could not even tell him the choice was rigged, that Earth could not stop without its abundance dying at the middle and taking 100 of its own worlds down before the Reach was ever avenged, because Rade knew that too, and had weighed 100 of Earth's worlds reading wrong at noon against 50 years of it charged to everyone but Earth, and found he could carry the arithmetic. Then Rade did the thing he had done once on Elaine, the thing Locke had crossed a fleet braced against. "You're carrying it worse than the last time I saw your face," Rade said, not unkindly. "Whoever it is you came out here to make good on, I never asked, you never said, and I took the not saying for a yes. I'll leave him where you keep him. But hear the reckoning, since it's yours as much as mine, and your survey never advertised this half of it. The age he paid for is real. Your plenty is real. And it stands on dying skies. And now the whole sky knows it stands on them. And you are going to have to decide whether a good thing that eats suns is a thing your dead can be proud they bought. I had to decide the same of mine, and what I would spend to answer for them. Neither of us gets handed the clean answer. I made my peace that there wasn't one. You are still turning the room over looking for it. A pause, quiet and almost gentle. That's the whole difference between us, Captain. It was never the flag.
The young officer came back into the room without knocking and bent to Rod's ear, and Rod took it without moving his eyes off Locke. How far out? 6 days to the throat approach at their best speed, less if they don't rest the slow hulls. They'll rest the slow hulls. There are grandmothers on the slow hulls. Rod tipped her out with his chin, and when the hatch had shut, he stayed still a moment, and something crossed him. Locke had not seen on him before. Not in a lane, not across a pallet, not anywhere. Not doubt. The face of a man watching a thing he set rolling come up too large for his hands. There is a convoy on the road, Captain. You'll have some of it. Your ship watched Earth turn one already, months back, and the Reach watched it too. A thin flatness laid over the fact, not quite an apology. This one is larger. 2,400 souls, Austria's own. The last of the diaspora that could raise the fuel to run for the door. They are coming up the Sable to the throat because there is nowhere left in the sky for them that isn't through it. And when they reach it, Admiral Merrick turns them back because his directive says a hull no use to Earth doesn't ride, and a boat packed with the people Earth's own road killed is no use to anyone alive but me. Rod stood and said it without weight, a man who had never once, in Locke's hearing, needed volume to be minded. So here is the shape of it, and you'll carry it home, because yours is the one hull Earth believes when the Reach speaks through it. When that convoy reaches the throat, Earth stands the corridor down to a shared authority. Civilian, many flagged, the Reach seated at it withstanding. The road's cost read out in the open where every keeper sees who pays for it. Or the coalition breaks the throat. At the Cairn. In daylight, in front of the convoy and the picket and the whole listening sky, so that no one goes home afterward and tells it as a thing that happened quietly. I would rather the first. I have spent a year and a fleet trying to be owed the first. But I will not hold off the throat and watch Earth turn 2,400 of the dead's own children back onto a darkening road to keep an artery it will not even share the naming of. Earth won't stand the corridor down. Locke said it because it was true, and because Rod had earned not being sent home on a hope. You understand the bind better than my own board will say aloud. Shut the road or give it away. The abundance starts dying at the middle, Soul's worlds, inside the year. Merrick isn't holding the throat to spite the Reach. He's holding it because 100 worlds behind him eat while it's held. He'll turn your convoy, and he'll mean it as mercy to someone else's children, and he won't be wrong when he does. You've handed me an ultimatum I already know the answer to. Earth will let you break the throat before it gives the corridor away, because giving it away kills more of Earth's own than you can kill of the Reach. You've built a demand no one alive can grant. Then no one grants it, Rod said, and we learn at the throat what that costs. No triumph anywhere in it, nothing but a man standing at the end of the road he had just described. I told you I was finished persuading. I didn't tell you I was glad of it. Locke got up. There was nothing left at the pallet to keep him, and the walk out was long, and he wanted it begun. One thing before you go, Rod had not moved from the head of his table. Carry it fast, not for the drama, because the man across this pallet is the soft one, and you would do well to close with him while he's the one you get. He said it without a grain of performance, and that was what made it land.
There are hulls in this fleet flown by people who buried theirs as I buried mine and drew the harder lesson. To them, a parley is a thing you hold to steady your aim. They obey me. They will not obey me forever, and they will not obey whatever earth grinds me down into after this. If your board wants a man at this table who will still take stand down the corridor for an answer, instead of one who wants the name of the officer who signed the directive, it should deal with me now. That window is shutting faster than the convoy is closing. Locke held his eye a moment and found he had nothing to set against it that either of them would believe, and so he gave the only true answer he had, which was to go. The walk back ran him past the 40 plates again, and he read a few of the dates going by and could not stop the sum assembling itself. Which sky had gone first, how near Earth's gold had stood to it, how long the keepers had carried the metal before they found a wall to bolt it to. A deck or two down, through the plating, children were still at their lesson. The coalition boat set him off at the buoy, courteous to the last seam of the transfer, and then Dawes had him, engines warm as promised, and didn't ask, which was its own courtesy. "Well," Dawes said, when the flag hull had fallen astern and the Dawnward's running lights stood up out of the dark ahead. "He breaks the throat when the convoy reaches it," Locke said, "unless Earth gives the corridor away, which it won't. 6 days, maybe less." Dawes flew them on toward the ship a while, unhurried, reading the road ahead the way he read everything, for its exits. 6 days is a long time, or it's no time, he said. Depends what a man's got to do inside it. Which is this? Locke looked at the corridor standing open in the forward glass, gold and thin, and running down to a throat 2 fleets were closing on, a boat full of the dead's children coming up the middle of it. He had looked, the whole crossing back, for a move that force could make and save a soul, and there was none of it left on the board. "No time," Locke said. "It's no time." Chapter 7. Both Flags Again. Wells lost the argument about his flying somewhere over the quiet lane and took it well, which for Wells meant taking it loud. "Your flare's better than mine, and you won't say it," she said. "That's not modesty. That's you hoarding a compliment so you can spend it on yourself later." "My flare's older than yours. Different animal." Rook held the launch easy on its line, the throat's outer marches sliding gray and enormous off the starboard glass. "Give it 4 more years. You'll be insufferable about it, too. It's how the trade works." "Dawes says yours at my hours put a scare in him he's still carrying." She dropped into the flat Dawes register, badly, fondly. "The kid flew a landing like an apology, and I let him, because I'd run clean out of ways to say no." That was Dawes to the comma, and there was nothing in the whole reach a man could say back to Dawes quoted at him by Wells. So Rook flew, and grinned at the glass, and gave it up. "Fine, 1 landing. I was nervous." "Every landing, for a month. I have depositions." "You have Dawes, who lies about weather for the sport of it." But he was laughing, the easy kind that costs a man nothing, and he found the one that would land and let it go light. "And you flew us out of the bay this morning like the bay owed you money. I said nothing. That's called grace." Wells laughed, the real one, the ungentle hunk of it she hated and couldn't help. And for a minute the launch was a small, warm box with 2 people in it barely out of their 20s, and the reach could wait. "It's good flying with you," Rook said, plainly, and made nothing of it. "That's all. I don't say it enough." "No," Wells said, and left it there, and flew. Then the coalition line came up in the glass, and the launch went quiet, and the young went out of both of them by degrees. Halfway across, an Earth voice came up on the guard channel, clipped and bored, and not bored at all. Launch off the neutral hull, corridor picket, state crew and business. Rook gave it clean, hull and launch, the neutral coordination authorization under the Reach directive, 2 crew, a coordination call to the coalition line. The pause on the channel ran longer than a boardman's. Name at the stick. Rook, Survey Officer, NV Dawnward. Another pause. Then the Earthwatch officer read his own note back down the channel, flat, for the log and for Rook both. Cousin Line Officer, Neutral Hull, crossing to the coalition, logged. Not a question, not a threat. His face, entered on Earth's side of the account as a thing to keep an eye on. Corridor picket out. Wells had gone still in the right seat. They didn't do that last month. Last month, I hadn't crossed since the finding went public. Rook kept the launch on its line and his voice off the thing under it. Now I'm a man in Earth's gray the coalition opens a door to without being asked. Both at once. Merrick's picket can only hold one of them at a time, so they wrote down the one that scares them and set me down beside it. That's not, well, started and stopped because there was no end to the sentence that wasn't a lie, and she had never learned to tell the comforting kind. It's all right, Rook said, and meant leave it, and she did. She'd learned to, since the hearth. The coalition flew a hard dock now. Nothing aboard was new. It was salvage still. Every plate of it carried out of somebody's dead orbit and drilled until it forgot it was salvage. But a year and more had put a spine in the drilling. More hulls on the plot than the last time Rook had crossed, and a shape to how they sat. Not the courteous few thousand kilometers of the parley days, but a line, drawn close against the throat and facing it. Every hull's firing arc swept clear of its neighbors. Somebody had stopped keeping distance and started keeping formation. A gun stood declared and lit at the head of the receiving bay, tracking Rook the polite length of the walk, and 2 more he counted without turning his head, and the count was the smallest part of what had changed. The errand was the dullest kind there was, and the reason both fleets suffered him to fly it. 2 lines of guns a few thousand kilometers apart, each reading the other's every drift and trim for the twitch that meant a firing solution. And the only thing standing between a misread and first blood was an agreed table of who sat where, carried across by a hull neither side would fire on for carrying it. Earth kept its separation numbers. The coalition kept its own. Once a watch, the Dawnward took both, laid them together, and flew the reconciled picture back, so that when a coalition hull came about to rest its crews, Merrick's gunners read rest and not aim. Dull work with everyone's life folded into it, and it held precisely as long as both sides believed the man who carried it across. The schedule keeper who took the coordination from him was the same close-cropped Vare as before, older by the year, and she laid the coalition separation table beside the surveys without a courtesy on it. Rook walked the overlaps and felt the change come up off the paper before he'd read 3 lanes of it. The lanes the coalition offered crowded the throat. Where the old table had held both fleets a decent distance off the Cairn, this one drew the coalition's hulls in tight against it. Legal, declared, every meter inside the letter of the directive, and every meter saying what the formation on the plot already said. They were done standing off. Rook read it twice, because a second look was free, and because he'd carry this picture back to Locke exactly, and did not want to be the man who read it soft to spare the captain a bad morning. The second read was the one that turned his stomach over, quiet and complete, as a hard fact does when you patch the second face of it. The coalition had not drawn these lanes and then gone looking for a courier. They had drawn them to be carried by him. A crowd this far forward, keyed raw off a coalition transmitter, would read to Merrick's picket as an attack building, and the guns would answer it. The same crowd laid on a survey plate and flown across by a cousin line officer in Earth's own gray, a face Earth's board had commissioned and could not stand up and call a liar, read as declared, coordinated, lawful. They were not asking him to observe their new line. They were asking his face to make it a thing Earth had to let them advance behind. The schedule keeper watched him arrive at it and laid the next lane down without a flicker, because his seeing it changed nothing about whose hull was going to fly at home. Nobody announced Severin. The crew announced him without meaning to, the hands at the far bulkhead finding sudden work, the rest settling into places around a space they would not look at, and Rook had the man placed before he reached the table. Officer. Soft, unhurried. Severin came to the corner where a chair would have set his back to the hatch Rook had come in by, and did not take it, so the courtesy stayed Rook's to keep or spend. You read the tables twice, you always did. Cheaper than reading them once and being wrong about which fleet's about to shoot me. Sound. Severin looked down at the separation table, at the tight lanes drawn on it, and did not pretend they were a kindness. You've seen what we're offering your captain. Close lanes, held to the letter. You'll carry them back, and he'll read them as you just did. That we've stopped standing off the throat. No weight on any figure of it. He'd be right to. Rook didn't answer. There was no question in it, and he'd learned young not to fill a silence a man like this had left open on purpose. So I'll say the part your gray won't. Severin squared the coordination slate a few degrees under his hand, a man tidying a desk that wasn't his. More than a year ago I made you an offer, and you gave me back a good line. The spending was yours, you said, and I left the offer open on the strength of it. I've thought about that line since. It was true, and it was well made, and it hasn't moved one figure of what's coming up that road. He looked up. You're still in the coat. I told you it would get too heavy to put back on one morning. I was wrong about the morning. A man can carry a heavy coat a long way if he's stubborn, and you are. I wasn't wrong about the coat. The joke was there, loaded, half a beat ahead of the man's certainty, as it always was. Rook left it in the chamber. You didn't throw one at a true thing. It only told the room which way you'd flinched. You think we want the throat broken because we're angry, Severin went on, mild as a fuel reed. We're not. Anger's dear, officer, and we spent ours a generation back and never bought more. We want it broken because a road that put out a sky and then got shared around among the men who kept the road, that's not a settlement. It's an invoice paid into the wrong account, with the dead down as a rounding error. He let that stand a moment. The dead are owed the road. Not a seat at a table where the road gets managed politely by everyone who profited off it, the road. Severin turned the forearm guard then, under the bay's flat light, not to show it, not to hide it, and the laminated strip caught, a sky chart, hand-ruled, the star figures in an old projection, the ink gone brown, the crease lines pressed white where it had been folded and carried a long time before anyone thought to seal it under laminate. Rook knew the Reach's skies by their charts, the licensed and the unlicensed both. Not that one. Nobody flew to that one anymore, and Severin had never once said whose sky it was, and Rook had never once asked. The not asking was the only thing in the room that stayed his. You still carry the book. Not a question. Severin let the guard turn back. Morrow's ledger. 293 names in his own hand that your board would put under further study the day it got them near a seal. Rook thought about Morrow on the surface, on the last day the light allowed. In a queue of everyone he loved, with his own fleet overhead and the whole Reach to choose from, handing the boards up the ramp and then standing there in the cold to watch them go, to be sure they went. Not the arithmetic of it, just the man and the weight of the covers under the waxed cord, and the 20 days Rook had carried the thing before he could make his hand write the receipt. There was no coin in that beat and no room to read. It was only a dead man's trust sitting in his kit locker, wanted by everyone who wasn't the dead man. He didn't hand me a banner, Rook said, and heard his own voice come down off the rye register into the plain one. You'd read them at every junction from the fringe to the mouth and mean each one, and it'd still be a use. He was done being a use. He handed me his people, and then he stayed under a dying sun with the rest of them, so nobody could ever say the ones who left had nowhere to be counted. That's not a thing I hand onto your slate or Earth's. Severin took it without a mark on him, the flat, unbothered stillness of a man who had finished being surprised by anything a long time ago. "Then keep carrying it where he aimed it," he said. "I only wanted it entered somewhere that you and I both know what's in your locker. It matters to the last figure I've got for you, and I'd rather you had the figure before you're in it than after." Severin came with him to the lock, the last narrow place before the collar, where a man walking you out is a man making sure you go. One more sum, and then your launch. He stood easy, weapon slung, the dead sky gone dull on his arm in the worse light. You'll fly home thinking we brought you over for the data, the separation tables, the survey's numbers on the throat. We didn't, and you've earned it plain, so plainly. When the throat closes, nobody in the reach is going to want a number. And it closes. It closes. No relish in it. Merrick's drawn his line across the cairn and won't move it. Rade's fleet has drawn its own, mine to place, at the sharp end, and I place it close. And a convoy of my own people is coming up that road into the strip of dark between the two. Numbers are for before, officer. After the guns, a number's only a thing the winner writes into the record. He looked at Rook without hurry. We won't need the Dawnward's data. Earth won't either. There's exactly one thing that ship carries that both sides are going to want the moment it goes wrong at the throat, and it isn't in her instruments. Rook waited, because the man wanted him to say what, and not saying it was the last coin left in the lock. "Your face," Severin said. "A face Earth's own board can't call a liar, and the Reach can't call a roadmaker. When it comes apart out there, and something that close, that loaded, comes apart, whoever's left standing will need your face on it, saying it was just, or saying it was murder. That's the whole worth of you, cousin, to Rade and to Merrick both. Not the man, never the man. The face on whatever happens." Severin said it mild, and relentless, and kind, which was worse than cruel, because there was no crack in it Rook could get a joke into. "I don't say it to frighten you. I say it because it's true, and a thing that true should be entered somewhere, and your gray never will. A breath, exactly measured, not one beat past being understood. Earth priced you the same. They only got there first. The one figure still open is whose hand's on your face when the moment comes, and that much, for now, is still yours to sign." Rook had spent a year being told this in gentler rooms, over better coffee, by people who thought they were flattering him. It had never once landed as it landed in the narrow light of the lock, with a convoy of Ferren coming up the road. He got his kit square on his shoulder and did not rush it. "You keep leaving the same line off the bottom of the column," he said, "the one where I'm the one doing the spending." "I know the line. I've kept it in my own books a while. It's a good one." Severin's voice didn't shift a degree.
It's only getting shorter, officer. Every day that fleet closes on that throat, the number of ways you get to spend your own face comes down by one. I'm not the man taking them off you. I'm the one counting them out loud, so you're not surprised when there's a single figure left." He stepped back to clear the lock. "Go on. Your friend's finding reasons to knock. Spend it while it's still yours to spend." Rook went. The lock sealed behind him, and the collar was short, and he carried the word down the whole narrow length of it. Not witness this time, the one the man had left him with a year ago, and that Rook had turned over so long it had gone smooth. This one had edges. Whatever happens. Wells had the launch warm and didn't ask, which was Dawes's trick, handed a generation down the family. She read him sideways once on the crossing back and let it lie, and filled the dark with nothing that asked him for anything, and only at the collar of their own ship, with the seal a minute off, said the hard thing plainly, a moment too soon, as she never could hold one back. "Whatever he sold you, you don't have to have bought it by the time we dock. You're allowed to still be deciding at breakfast." "I know." "Do you, though?" "Not unkind." She cracked the seal. "You get a look. Dawes has it about the war, like the answer already came in and you're just waiting for everyone else to open theirs." Rook gave the captain the lanes first, forward at the plot, exactly as he'd read them and no softer. The coalition's hulls drawn in tight against the cairn, the formation done standing off, the whole hard picture laid down for Locke to do with what a captain did. That part was still just work, and still clean, and still his to get right, and he was glad of the 10 quiet minutes of it. Then, off watch, he took Morrow's book out of the kit locker and sat with it at the bay terminal, the way he had on the long transit out from Austria and 100 times since. Board covers, ash-marked, the waxed cord tied the way the man himself had tied it. 293 names in a plain, upright hand, each with its disposition after it, entered to the last day the light held. Earth wanted them under seal. The coalition wanted them read at every junction from the fringe to the mouth. Severin wanted his face on whatever the throat became, and so Rook did not doubt it. Did the Grey Watch officer who'd logged him crossing. Every road running through the Reach wanted its own piece of what a dead man had put in his hands, and not one of the roads had ever once wanted the dead man. Rook tied the cord back as Morrow had left it, and put the book where it lived, and did not set it down in the other sense, because neither flag had yet shown him a place to set it that wasn't a use it would be put to. Then he went and found the Reach deck, and shuffled it one-handed at the empty mess table, until his hands remembered they were his, and dealt himself a hand he had no one to play against, and sat looking at it a while before he gathered it back in. Chapter 8. The Founding Number. They had cut her finding into a salvage plate and hung it where the flag hull's crews passed it going forward to their stations, 3 words in a Reach hand, a year of the coalition's mail having taught her to read that much. Roads kill skies. It was her work with the working taken out. Her finding did not say the roads killed the skies. It said load killed, that stacking killed, and totals did not. That a sun under one proven corridor guttered while a sun under 10,000 braided lanes carried the same tonnage and burned on. The whole argument was in the difference, and a banner had no room for a difference. A deckhand slowed going past, Ferren, young, a wrench slung across her shoulders, and seeing where the Earth-woman's eyes had gone, said the 3 words aloud, more benediction than sentence, and went on forward, the prouder for having said them to the one who wrote them. She had them by heart. No one had the finding by heart. The finding took 4 days and a review board's patience, and the banner took a breath.
Vale had spent a career on the distance between a true thing and a short one, and here was a whole people fed the short one and told it was hers. Rade received her in a compartment stripped to the frame, salvage-built, nothing in it that did not earn its mass. Along one bulkhead ran a rack of hull plates cut from other ships, registries still legible on a few of them in scripts she could not read. Very worlds, she understood, that no longer had suns over them. He did not present the plates. They were only where he kept them, in the room where he did his work. Dr. Vale. Rade did not stand, which she preferred. The men who stood for her mostly wanted the standing to soften what came after. You read the plate my crew's made of you. I read it. And it is wrong. His was a level, economical voice, a man asking a question with the answer already in his hand. You needn't correct me gently. I know what your finding says and what the plate says, and I hung the plate. That cost her half a beat. Why? Because a fleet does not march behind a curve with a bend in it. My people can carry 3 words to a barricade. They cannot carry your tail and your controls and your honest limit on what the numbers will bear. Rade squared one of the salvage plates a few degrees to its rack, the only wasted motion she had seen him make. I have read the long version. I am one of perhaps 4 people alive outside your survey who has read all of it. I hung the short one knowing its cost. The same as you would post a warning you knew would be misread, because a warning misread still turns some hulls back from the edge. You didn't bring me across to discuss your signage, Vale said. No, I brought you across to give you a thing, and to ask you for one in return, and I'll do them in that order, so you see the gift is real before you weigh the price. Rade keyed a store to the compartment's one lit plate. Every junction my coalition has run through the Sable reach since before Earth had a name for the dimming. The load logged, the draw metered, hull by hull, season by season, years of the reach's own accounting of itself. Taken in ground your instruments have never touched, yours least of all. I have put a version of this to you before, across worse channels, and offered you less of it. I am finished offering you less. Vale looked at the plate and did not entirely keep her face still, and knew he saw it. And the price, she said. Your seal. Put your name to what it shows, and the case that the roadkill stops being a thing a board can study into fog. It becomes a finding, sealed, provenanced, yours, beyond any board's reach. Then Earth is not answering a warlord's banner. It is answering you, and it can no longer pretend the question is open. Vale let the offer stand in the air and did the thing she had crossed to the flag hull unwilling to admit she wanted to do. Show me it's real. Of course, no hesitation in it. The concession was the trap, and he sprang it gladly. Strip it to raw, read every byte, and I'll save us both the afternoon and tell you the truth of it. Unsealed, it is worth nothing to you. A scatter of instruments you will never certify. Taken by crews you will never examine. In a calendar Earth does not keep. No board on the network will license a mercy run off my fleet's private readings. Only your name turns readings into a road. So read all of it. You cannot spend a word of it without me, and I cannot spend a word of it without you. Vale brought her own reader up out of her kit, survey field issue, still hers, the credential a season stale and not yet struck, and let it drink the record off the plate to check the custody for herself, because she took no one's word that a thing was genuine, and least of all a man who profited by her believing it. The check ran clean. She had meant to spot it, and instead read it for an hour, because it was genuine and because it was the most of the reach anyone had ever set in front of her at once.
Years of metered draw where she had always had months of inference and a career of reaching across the dark to guess. The coalition had gone through the same junctions 100 times in 100 seasons and metered every crossing, going in and coming back, until the noise beat down and the signal stood up clean. They had done it not knowing what they held, keeping books as a careful people keeps them, and the books ran a decade deep. Somewhere in the second quarter of it, Vale forgot the compartment and the man and the plates of dead worlds along the wall, and was only a cartographer with more sky in her hands than anyone had ever trusted her to hold. And for the length of that hour she was, without noticing the change, the woman she had been before being right had cost her anything. Vale came up out of it into the compartment and Rade's patience and the price still lying on the table, and set the reader down and refused him inside the minute it took to say it. I can't seal your case. Can't? Not quite a question. The record shows what mine shows. Load kills. Stacking kills. The totals lie. It does not show that breaking a road saves a sky. And it can't, because breaking a road doesn't. Vale kept it cold and plain, which was where she kept a thing that mattered. Close the Sable, and the load you turn back doesn't die with the corridor. It goes home to the lanes, rich enough to thin it. Earth's and Earth's sun loses a little more, and calls it detector aging for another century. And your skies gutter on exactly as fast, because the thing killing them is the road they still ride, not the one you shut. Your banner tells a fleet to break roads. Breaking roads moves the dying. It does not stop it, and I will not set my seal under a claim my own data spends its whole length refusing. Rade said it plainly. Once was always enough for him. You assume I don't know what breaking the Sable does. I assume you've decided it doesn't matter. I have decided it is the first honest bill Earth has ever been handed. Rade said it without heat. The grief gone all the way to arithmetic in him years ago. The load goes home to the sky that made it. You call that no remedy. I call it justice, and I have buried the people who paid for the want of it. But that is not the seal I asked you for. I asked you to seal that the road kills. That much your record and mine both carry to the third decimal. Let the argument over the remedy be an argument among the living. And you'd hang my seal on the plate under those 3 words, Vale said, and my name would make them true that are not. A finding is every step from the raw, or it's a slogan with an authority forged onto it. I've refused to overstate this finding to Earth's board 4 times over. I'm not going to author the overstatement for you because I happen to want your sons to live. She let a breath pass, which I do. Rade let the refusal be a moment, and then spent his stronger coin, because he did not bluff and he did not beg, and the only thing left him was the true weight of the thing. There are 2,400 people on old hulls 3 days from the Sable throat, he said. Ferren, most of them, the people your curve is about, if you want them by name. Merrick's hold will turn them at the throat under his guns, and my fleet will be across from those guns, and you know as well as I do how that resolves if nothing moves the board. A sealed finding moves the board. Earth does not fire on a transit while the whole network watches it fire in defense of a road you have proven kills. Seal it, and the hold has to stand aside because it cannot afford the picture. That is not a weapon, Dr. Vale. That is 2,400 people, and your name is the only thing in this reach that can put them through the throat alive. The number sat in her the way a true number always did, with weight and without mercy.
She could see the transit. She had scored the ground it was crossing. She could put ages to the hulls and a bracket on how many of the oldest would not make a hard burn. And she refused him again, inside the same minute, because the reflex went to the bone. You'd fire it the day after they were through, Vale said. Not at the transit, at the corridor, at the next hull that isn't yours, at Earth, the hour the bill you keep naming looks overdue. An unanswerable finding in your hand isn't a shield you set down once the people are safe. It's a license, and you've told me to my face what you'd license with it. I seal your case to save 2,400 people, and I've signed the warrant for whoever's under the wrong sky when you decide the reckoning has come. I won't. Not for the corridor, not for the transit, not for anything you can put on that table. Rade regarded her a while with something she would have called respect on a face that had not just been refused 2,400 lives. You are angrier at a misused truth than at a comfortable lie, he said at last. I have met perhaps 3 people of whom that was so. I respect it, and I cannot use it, and those are the same sentence. He rose now, finally, the meeting done. You'll carry the long version home to your ship, the true one no one reads, and you'll be right, and you'll be alone, and in 10 years my people will still be teaching the 3 words. I offered you a nation that would follow your number wherever you pointed it. You would rather be correct. Her reader had the record still, all of it, drunk off the plate an hour ago to check the custody, sitting in the working store where any capture sat while she weighed a decision. The decision was made. She had declined. A declined authentication purged its working set. That was the custody, and the custody was what she was. You did not keep what you had been shown toward a yes you would not give. The reader put the query up on its own, the small gray line it had shown her 10,000 times. Purge, examine, set, confirm. Vale did not confirm. She held the query a moment, 2, and then reached past it and gave the reader the other instruction, the one it also knew, because she had built a life on giving it in the honest direction. Retain. Retain the examined set. Off the sanctioned transfer. Off any custody chain. Off every line the network could later ask her to stand behind. The coalition's whole decade, unsealed, unbought, hers to no leave but her own, carried out of the compartment in a survey reader on a stale credential like a stone in her coat. Vale could name the act to the decimal, which was the one place she had ever been able to keep a reason clean. She had refused to spend her seal. Provenance was the last currency she owned, and it did not come back once spent. And then, to keep from spending it, she had stolen. Rade would never know. The record was worthless to him, gone from her without her name, and worthless to her too by his reckoning. And he had told her the second thing himself and been wrong about it, which was all she was walking out with. She had kept her name clean on every ledger a board could subpoena, and dirtied it in the one court that had ever actually judged her, which convened behind her own eyes and did not adjourn. Rade watched her stow the reader. "You'll change your mind," he said, without heat, a man reading an itinerary he had read before. "Not this year, when the throat has taught you what I already know." "Maybe," Vale said, the first outright lie she had told in the room, and she found she told it easily, having just learned she had one clean thing left worth protecting, and would apparently lie and steal to keep it.
The Dawnward lay 3 hours' run off the flag hull, and Vale spent the crossing and the first watch back on the survey deck without sleeping, because a stolen thing you have decided not to regret is best turned into work before the deciding wears thin. She racked the Coalition's decade against her own captures and did what she had crossed a line to be free to do. She scored the draw. Not the load, the draw. Load was tonnage and hulls, and the riding aground had taken, and she had years of it now, and it would keep. The draw was the other column, the one her own instruments could barely hold. What each passage spent, metered at the junction as it went through, the Reach's own record of the price hour by hour in ground earth had never put a meter to. She had built her whole finding on the draw, and never once had enough of it. Now she had a decade, and she scored it the only honest way, which was to assume it came out as one smooth field and then go hunting the places it did not. It did not come out smooth. Scored across the Reach, the draw separated cleanly, and the same again when she re-ran it into several regions, each one internally consistent, each answering to its own interior sense and not to the smooth gradient the load laid down over the top of it. A first reduction called them what a reduction always called such things: artifacts, instrument ghosts, cross-calibration mismatch between crews and seasons and hulls, the noise a fleet's unmatched meters threw when a decade of them was forced into one frame. Vale did the arithmetic that would let her throw them out, and could not throw them out. The lobes stood in the Coalition's instruments and stood in her own, where the two overlapped. They stood across seasons and across hulls that had never once metered together, and they held their shape where an artifact would have wandered off it. A ghost lived in one instrument. These lived in none of them, which put them into the Reach. Vale had no reading for it. The draw of a wound should smear out with its load, and this one clumped, and she could build no honest mechanism that put it in lobes and left the load smooth above it. And she declined to build a dishonest one at the back of a night watch for an audience of herself. So she did what the whole stolen record had cost her the right to feel clean about, and worked. She set the lobes down as real and unexplained, gave them the flattest name she could so she would not be tempted toward a theory, echo regions, logged their boundaries, the tests they had already survived and the tests still to run, and set it aside. One more real thing she could not yet make say anything. Into a store filling up with truths nobody had asked her to keep. The survey deck was hers alone at that hour, the drive resting, the Dawnward dark to her stations, and the Reach dark beyond the hull. On the plate, the Coalition's decade lay open under her hands, every junction it had ridden, every price it had paid, the smooth load and the lobed draw, and all of it stolen, none of it sealed, worth nothing to any court and everything to her. She had been made a banner she could not correct, and offered a nation she would not lead, and handed a key she had refused to turn. And she had walked off that flag hull with the single thing she had told a man to his face she did not want and could not use. Vale set the reader in its cradle beside her own captures, the stolen decade and the honest months in one hidden store now, every source kept separate and exact, only the having of them nowhere aboard could find, and began the true reduction the theft had bought her, alone, off every authority, on into the resting drive dark. It was the only company she had kept in 2 years. She no longer had a cleaner kind to want. Chapter 9. Consent. The boat that carried Sethi across from the Dawnward lifted off the Farsour's deck well without a word from anyone aboard her. And before its light had gone, the Ferren had closed the space it left, no rush in it,
only a woman drawing a child's roll of bedding a hand's width to the side, so the floor read whole again. Sethi stood where the boat had set him down and did the thing he always did first in a strange room, which was to read who was allowed to look at him. Nearly everyone here. A salvaged bulk hauler with her holds opened out into one long living deck, 300 souls in her if she carried one, and the eyes that came to him and went were the Austri eyes he had first crossed the reach to meet, wide, dark, unhurried, set now in faces that had done 2 evacuations and a year of somebody else's charity since he had last stood among them. They looked, and they let themselves be looked at, and they went back to the old work, mending, minding, the low chest voices going along under the sound of the hull's air like weather on the far side of a hill. A keeper of the deck came to him, a broad woman with a tally slate and a nursing infant slung across her, doing 2 jobs because there were always 2 jobs, and did not welcome him, which was the Ferren courtesy he had learned to prize. She put him to use. "You'll want Odai, forward with the pilots, mind the lamp lines." And she was gone down the deck before he could thank her, which would also have been an error. The lamp lines were cords, strong shoulder height, the length of the hold, hung with hooded lamps turned to their lowest ember, and Sethi went forward under them past the whole night practice of a people who had learned to travel dark, bedding in rows between the lashed stanchions, speech kept under the pumps, a man reading to 3 children off a slate with the light cupped in his hand so it fell only on the words. 5 generations of going under stone from raiders had built the drill. A year of Earth's rationed corridor had kept it sharp. Nobody had ordered the Farsour run lightless. The Ferren simply did not trust a bright hull in anyone's sky, and Sethi, walking their deck, could not tell them they were wrong. Forward, where the hauler's old bridge had been cut down to a pilot's cage and a single wide port, the dark ended. The reach stood in the glass, and low in it, dead ahead up the corridor's licensed spine, sat the thing the whole convoy was pointed at, the Cairn, the one proven door out of this stretch of sky. And strung across it in a color no Ferren instrument had put there, Merrick's picket, a line of Earth hulls holding the throat shut, guns housed, but the line unbroken, a wall that showed you it was a wall. Off the Farsour's flank, pacing her, ran a leaner shape with every running light lit. Lit, in all this dark, a hull that wanted to be seen. Coalition. Sethi read the swagger of those lights before he read the escort's marks, and knew the argument he had crossed the reach to have was already half joined by someone with guns and a use for these people. Tekka stood at the pilot's shoulder with his arms folded, reading the picket the way he had once read a route plate across a hold ladder, a thing he meant to master and then turn. He had Wells's years and none of Wells's brightness left. The diaspora had worked an edge onto the boy who had done an impression of Sethi's own quick speech for half a town and laughed until he had to sit down on a wall. He turned when Sethi came into the light, and the old delight crossed his face for a quarter of a breath, honest and involuntary, before he put it away where he kept such things now. Roadmaker. The word had had a knife in it the last few times. It still did, but the knife was tired. You came over, on their boat. On their boat, Sethi said, there wasn't another going. They're going to turn us. Tekka lifted his chin at the wall of Earth hulls without unfolding his arms. You know it, I know it. Odai knows it and won't say it, because saying it is deciding, and he has spent 40 years not deciding for people. He nodded at the lit coalition hull. That one has offered to stand with us. Close up, run the throat together, put their hulls between us and Merrick's guns. And if Earth fires on that, and here the tired knife came all the way out, quiet, exact, the Reach learns what Earth is, at last, in a picture no board can bury. 2,400 of us and their guns. That is worth more than a corridor. Even I can do that arithmetic. And you'd be dead. Some of us. Tekka's dark eyes came off the wall and onto Sethi, and they were steady, and that was the worst of it. You taught me the seal, Sethi, beyond argument, for always, no power on the network. I have wanted, for 2 years, one thing Earth could not strike out of the record. He looked back at the picket. Maybe the only mark my people get is the one we make dying in their light, where everyone is watching. Sethi had spent 30 years and 1 unforgivable hour learning the difference between a people who had chosen a thing and a people who had only been made to look as though they had. He had read a moving crowd as willing once when it was afraid, and men and women had paid the length of their lives for the warmth in his voice that afternoon. Now here stood a boy he loved, offering to walk 2,400 frightened people onto Earth's guns for a mark on a record. And what rose in Sethi was not an argument. It was that old fear wearing a face he knew. "Where's Odai?" he said.
Odai had the speaker's place aboard the Farsour, which turned out to be a gutted purser's cabin with its door taken clean off so that anyone on the deck could see the speaker and the speaker could see the deck. He sat on a stool with a broken lamp line across his knees, working a fresh splice into the cord with a spike and blunt fingers, and did not stop when Sethi ducked in under the frame. "Ravi Sethi," he said it to the splice. 2 more years of gray in him than the settlement had left, and the low voice come down another half step with them. "You have grown a convoy's worth of trouble since I watched you carry seed crates for children. Sit, there is a stool. Mind you, do not sit on the good lamp." Sethi sat. On the deck beyond the doorless frame, the night practice went on, and a girl of 6 or so had stationed herself just past the edge of the light to stare at the roadmaker, one finger in her mouth, exactly as a girl had once crossed a whole Ostry lane on a dare to touch his sleeve and run. "Tekka's told me the Coalition's offer," Sethi said. "Tekka tells everyone the Coalition's offer." The spike went through the cord, firmly, once. "He believes it. That is a different thing from carrying it, and he has not yet carried anything that did not come off again in the morning. He is young enough to still think it will. Do you believe it?" Odai worked the splice a while before he answered, and Sethi let him, because hurrying a Ferren speaker was a way of learning nothing. "I believe Earth will turn us," the old man said at last. "That much is true, and Tekka is right to see it. I stood my people in the open once for a thing I had spent my life calling and hoped and kept the children behind me, and it came out well and taught me nothing I can use a second time." He set the spike down. "That wall was not called by anything I did. It will not loosen because I hope at it." "Then you'll take the Coalition's guns," Sethi said, and heard his own voice do the thing it did when he was frightened, which was hurry toward the door he wanted open. "Odai, if you close up with that escort and run the throat, you stop being a people and become a picture. Rod wants the picture. He wants Earth to fire on you in front of the whole Reach, and he wants it more than he wants you alive, because a convoy that gets through is a shipping problem, and a convoy that dies in the light is a war. You'd be spending your people to make his argument. That isn't passage. That's being aimed." "I know what a banner is, Roadmaker. No heat in it." Odai took up the next broken cord. "I have watched them make one of my dead son for a year. When Rade speakers say Ostry, do you think they grieve Ostry? They grieve a wound they can hold over their heads.
My people are a very useful wound." He threaded the spike. "So, Earth would make us a number they can turn back and file, and the coalition would make us a wound they can hold up. And you have come across on Earth's own boat to tell me neither. Good, I agree. Now tell me the third door, and mind you, make it one my pilots can fly, because I am too old and these hulls are too slow for a door built of hoping." And there it was, the place Austri had first walked him to and had never once let him leave. Sethi had built a life on the faith that if he could only make each side truly hear the other, the gap would close. And he had stood in a hall of names and watched two men hear each other to the bone and stand exactly as far apart as they had begun. He had no third door. He had crossed the reach on Earth's boat, carrying no route, no leave, no hull the pilots could fly that the others could not. Nothing but the one thing he had come to be sure was worth more than a route, and could not be spent on anyone's behalf. "I don't have a door," he said. "I'll be honest with you, because you'll know if I'm not. I don't have a hull or a lane or a word from Earth. What I have is this. Whatever happens at that wall, it has to be yours. Not turned, not aimed. Chosen, by your own voice, out loud, so that when the record is written, and it will be written, I'll write it myself, it says the Ferren decided. Not that Earth decided for them. Not that Rade decided through them." He turned his hands over, empty. "That's all I carried across. I know how thin it sounds against a wall of guns." O'Dai looked at him a long moment, the spike still, and past the frame the girl-child crept a hand's breadth nearer the light. "It does not sound thin," the old man said. "It sounds like the only thing anyone has put in front of me since we lifted that I would not be ashamed to say yes to." He laid the mended lampline aside, both cords whole, and set his blunt hands flat on his knees. "A people that is turned is a thing that was done to. A people that chooses is a people, even turned. You cannot buy me a sky tonight. You are telling me I can keep my people a people while they lose one." He nodded, slowly, to himself. "That I will spend for." Then O'Dai lifted his voice by a fraction, not much, but on that deck a fraction was enough, and the night practice thinned as the nearer rows turned to hear their speaker through the open frame. "Then hear what the Ferren decide. We do not close up with the coalition. We will not be run at Earth's guns as anyone's spear. And we do not come about and file ourselves into Earth's roles unasked, as though the road were theirs to shut in our faces with no word said. We go to the door, slow and open and lit, every lamp we own, so there is no mistaking us for a thing that sneaks. And we ask, in our own voice, on the open channel, for the passage the road's law promises any hull that keeps it. And we make them refuse it to our faces, with the whole reach listening, if refuse it they will. That is not a banner. That is a people, asking. Let them answer that. Tekka had come up the deck while O'Dai spoke, and stood now in the doorless frame with the lamplight on one side of his face. "And when they say no," he said, "when we have gone slow and open and lit, and asked in our best voice with the reach listening, and Merrick's line says no and turns us anyway, and the reach shrugs, because a people asking politely and being refused is not a picture anyone keeps. What then, speaker? We will have been very dignified. We will have consented to our own turning. Then we will have lost as ourselves," O'Dai said. That is a stayer's answer. Tekka did not raise his voice. The diaspora had taught him Odai's own restraint and worked it colder. Morrow's answer. Lose well under your own roof. I heard it in the yard, and I hear it now. His eyes went to Sethi. You gave him that. Your thin, true thing. It will feel very clean while they file us. Then what, speaker? We will have been very dignified. We will have consented to our own turning. Then we will have lost, as Odai said. That is a stayer's answer. Tekka did not raise his voice. The diaspora had taught him Odai's own restraint and worked it colder. Morrow's answer. Lose well under your own roof. I heard it in the yard, and I hear it now. His eyes went to Sethi. You gave him that. Your thin, true thing. It will feel very clean while they file us. Sethi had an answer, and knew better than to spend it, because it was the kind of answer that comforts the one who says it, and no one else. Tekka was not wrong that dignity could be shelved and forgotten. He was only wrong about what it was worth to the people who kept it. And that was not a thing you won by saying it. You won it, if you ever did, by living long enough on the far side of a bad hour to know which of your choices you could still stand to have made. Sethi had that hour behind him. Tekka had it ahead. There was no lending it across. I'll be on the channel with you, Sethi said to Odai, and left the rest where it lay. The Farsour came up on the throat, lit like a festival. Every lamp the convoy owned burned unhooded. The hulls that had run dark the whole length of the corridor stood out now against the reach in strings and clusters. 2,400 people declining, for once, to be hard to see. From the pilot's cage, Sethi watched Merrick's picket resolve out of the dark ahead a dozen earth holes, and more behind them, holding the line across the Cairn's approaches with the unhurried economy of a force that did not expect to be tested, and understood from how little of itself the line troubled to show that Tekka had read it exactly. They were going to be turned. The only question left was the one Sethi had crossed the reach to make them answer. Turned as what? Odai took the channel himself. He gave it to no pilot and to no roadmaker. He sat in the cage's second seat with the open channel key under his thumb and spoke to the whole listening reach in the deep, level voice his grandmother had put on the mast 120 years before. And he spoke plainly, so that plainness would carry. This is the speaker of the Ferren on the hull Farsour, for the 2,400 souls behind me. We keep the road's law. We have kept it since your grandfathers opened the road under our sun. We ask the passage the law promises any hull that keeps it. Through the door and out and gone from your corridor by your own count of days. We are lit, so you may see we are only what we say. We are asking, in the open, with the reach for witness. Give us the door, road makers, or refuse it in words a child can hear. We will take either answer. We will not take silence, and we will not be turned by a wall that has not the courage to say no. The answer came earth-plain and earth-quick. A controller's voice, no grief in it, and no cruelty either. Only the flat competence of someone reading a directive they had read 40 times that week. Farsour and accompanying transit, this is corridor control, under the authority of Admiral Merrick, Corridor Defense Command. The Sable corridor is under emergency directive. Priority of passage is assigned. Your transit does not hold it. You are directed to come about to 270 and make for the designated holding anchorage, where your persons and manifest will be received and processed. This is not a refusal of aid. It is a refusal of passage. Come about now. The line will not open. Nobody aboard the cage moved. The refusal was said now, on the open channel, and the whole reach had heard it said. Then O'Dai keyed the channel once more and gave them the last of it in the same level voice. The Ferren have heard you. Witness that we asked. Witness that you refused. Witness that we turn because we choose our people over your guns, and not because we grant your wall its right. Speaker out. He lifted his thumb, and to his pilots, low, off the channel, come about, slow, lit, let them watch us go. The Farsour began her long turn, and the lit convoy with her, every hull that could still answer a helm swinging away from the one door out of that sky. And the turning was where the trap showed its teeth. Ahead, Merrick's picket did not simply hold its line. It advanced, closing the room a herded thing is allowed, hurrying the slow hulls about. And there is nothing in the reach slower to come around than an overladen keel with 300 souls in her, so that for long minutes the transit hung strung out and broadside and wide open, every lamp lit, between the Earth line pressing them about and the coalition escort, which chose that minute to close. It came up off the flank and slid in behind the turning convoy, running lights blazing, into the one place that made a picture. Earth's guns turning a lit convoy of thousands, the coalition's guns at their backs, the people strung helpless between the two. The escort had never meant to run the throat beside them. It had meant to be here, at this minute, in this frame. Sethi's gut had it before his head caught up. The escort had waited for Earth to build the box, and Earth had built it, and now no one aboard the transit was choosing anything at all. Sethi left the pilot's cage. There was nothing forward for him now. The pilots had their heading, O'Dai had his witness, and Tekka had his answer, which he did not say, because not saying it was the cruelest truth the boy owned, and he had learned at least that much restraint. Sethi went back down the deck under the lamp lines, against the small tide of people come up to look at the door they would not be given, and found the girl-child of 6 where the turning had frightened her, wedged into the gap between a stanchion and a bedding roll with her finger in her mouth and her eyes gone very wide. Sethi crouched to her height. On another day he would have made her laugh. He had a whole repertoire, the boots and the beard and the up and down of his speech, 30 years of making frightened children forget to be frightened. He used none of it. She had asked him nothing, but the question was in her, the way it is in a child when the grown people have all gone quiet. And Sethi was not going to be one more warm voice telling a frightened crowd that it was safe. We asked them to let us through, he said to her, plainly, the way you tell a Ferren child a hard fact so the truth will carry it. And they said no. So we're going another way, for now. Your speaker chose it. I heard him choose it. He held out his hand, palm up, the way he had held it open on a shelf of turf on the first morning of all of this. Come and help me write the names down. I keep a book. Everyone who was here and asked and got told no, it goes in the book, and the book doesn't lose anyone. Will you help me? The girl looked at his open hand a long moment, the whole of the Austri caution in her that a whole people had needed to live under its sky. Then she took her finger out of her mouth and put her small slate-dusk hand into his, and Sethi drew out the field book and uncapped the stylus, and around them the Farsour finished her slow-lit turn away from the door, boxed close ahead by Earth's line and close behind by the coalition's, every lamp aboard her still burning. Chapter 10. No Longer Neutral.
Dawes flew the neutral line the way a man crosses a yard between two chained dogs, dead down the middle of a lane both fleets had agreed not to fire into, near enough neither picket that a jumpy gunner had a breath to think, and not 1 meter nearer than that. It was the dullest flying in the Reach, and he had learned to love every gray minute of it. The plate laid the trap out for him without opinion. Ahead, strung across the mouth of the Sable throat, where the Cairn kept its station on the stable space lip, Merrick's picket held in a cold arc. Earth holes, corridor defense colors, guns cased and tracking. A line 3 days unmoved because everything the Reach wanted lay on the far side of it, and the line had only to stand in the road. Reach side, looser and in no hurry, Rade's coalition kept an arc of its own. 20 hulls of salvage and grievance that a public finding had turned from a march into a country with a fleet. And in the slot between the two arcs, down where the light was poorest, the convoy sat. Old Ferren keels nose to tail, turned off the throat 2 days back, thousands of people held in the one stretch of sky nobody could reach without crossing somebody's guns. Dawes flew the middle of all of it, and asked the ship for nothing she could not do softly, and for a while the middle was a place you could be. Then a hull came off the coalition arc. Dawes had it before the board flagged it, a fast one, a boarding cutter by the trim of her, coming off the Reach side line on a heading that closed the gap to the Dawnward and to nothing else in the sky. 60 years of watching hulls quit formation had trained the reed into his gut ahead of his eyes. A thing leaving a line tells you its errand by how it leaves. This one left clean and direct and unbothered about being seen, which was the leaving of a hull whose owner did not think anyone present could stop it. Bridge, con. Dawes kept it easy, because easy was the only thing that had ever helped. Company off the coalition side, closing on us and no one else. One cutter, fast, rigged for boarding by the look of her. Captain to the bridge, and let's have everyone at a station with their hands where I can see them. Luck came up onto the bridge inside the minute, Rook a pace behind him to the Reach board. Wells sliding into the sensor seat, still pulling her jacket square. Nobody hurried in a way that showed. That was the crew. Dawes had flown with panic, and he had flown with this, and he would take this into any weather there was. Talk to me, Wade. Coalition cutter, 40 seconds out and slowing to match. She'll be alongside before you've finished asking me what she wants. Dawes trimmed the Dawnward down onto a hover on the line, because a ship that keeps way on looks like a ship about to run, and a ship that looks about to run gets fired at. My guess, she wants to come aboard. My other guess, it's Severan's people. This is the exact kind of errand Rod gives one clean order for, and Severin reads the gaps in. The hail came before Locke could answer it, and it was Severin, soft, unhurried, the voice of a man who had never once had to raise it to be obeyed. Survey hull Dawnward. A pause that was not hesitation. You are transiting a corridor under dispute, flying colors that belong to neither party. The coalition screens what crosses its ground now. Come off your way, open your locks, and let us see what you carry and under whose leave you carry it. An hour, no more, and no reason for anyone aboard to be brave. Bravery is expensive, and I would rather none of us spent it today. Coalition screen. This is Locke, master of the Dawnward. Even, plain, a working captain's voice. We're a neutral survey hull, under lawful corridor clearance. We carry survey gear, a scientific complement, and no arms that need concern you or anybody. Neutral hulls aren't subject to boarding. You know the custom as well as I do. It's older than either flag out here.
Hold off, and we'll log your query and answer it through the Cairn like civilized custom. Severin did not talk over him. He simply spoke, and Locke's sentence stopped under the quiet of it. Captain, the custom you're citing is the custom of a road that had 2 ends and no guns. Look at your own plate. There are guns at both ends now, and a corridor closed to everyone Earth hasn't a use for. Custom went home when the guns arrived. What's left is a fleet at my back, an admiral's picket at yours, and a lock between us that opens either because you turn the handle or because I do. Turn the handle. It costs you an hour, and it costs you nothing else. I'm asking you the courteous way, which is a courtesy, and not a long one. Locke worked the callus on his palm. Dawes clocked it from the con, the old tell, the hand that came out when a decision was already going bad, and Locke knew it, and reached, the way Locke always reached, for the fair account, the process, the version where nobody had to be wrong. If I open this ship to an armed party off one side, Locke said, half to Severin and half to the bridge, I'm not neutral anymore. That's all we are out here. The Dawnward works because both sides let her alone. The minute You're already not neutral, Captain. That's the part I've come to enter into the record. Dawes came off the channel and gave it to Locke low and fast, because somebody had to do the sum out loud.
Aiden, there's no play here. We can't run. She'll have us in a tractor before I've got steerage way, and even if I threaded her, Merrick's line's ahead of us, and they'll read a neutral running from the coalition as a neutral with something to hide, and open up. We can't fight. I've got 1 gun rated for gravel and 6 of us, and he's got a boarding crew and a fleet watching. And if I so much as brush his cutter, both those arcs go weapons-free, and the first thing that dies is that. He tipped his chin at the convoy in the slot, the old keels full of families held between the guns. That's the sum. There's no clever line in it. He gets aboard whatever we do. The only thing we choose is whether anybody bleeds first. Locke looked at the plate a moment longer than a captain with a good option would have needed. Then he keyed the channel. Coalition screen. We'll open the forward lock. Under protest, logged and timed. To the Cairn and to Earth both. I want it on every record there is that you boarded a neutral by force of the guns behind you. Your people come aboard unarmed, or they don't come aboard. That's my custom, and it's the last one I've got. A silence off the cutter that had something almost like approval in it. My people come aboard armed, Severin said, and behave as though they were not, which is better than the reverse and more honest. Log your protest, Captain. I'll log mine beside it. That a survey hull cleared by Earth to sit in this throat and watch it called itself neutral to the last. We'll each have our record. The cutter came alongside. The mating was a soldier's, not a surveyor's. Fast, hard, the locks biting with a bang that ran the length of the ship. Dawes held her steady on the line through it, hands easy on a yoke that had nothing to do just now but keep her off anybody's field of fire, and watched the forward lock's telltale go red to amber to the green that meant the seal was somebody else's now too. Wells, he did not look round. Off your feet, over to the bulkhead, hands loose, and say nothing clever. Rook. The kid had gone still and careful, the ride drained off him. You stand where I can see you, and you let the captain do the talking. Both of you. Nobody out here dies today because a Dawnward hand reached for something. Not on my watch. Clear? Clear, Wells said, too fast. Rook said nothing, and nodded once, and went to the bulkhead with the flat economy he got when the jokes ran out. Dawes marked it, and put it with the rest of what the next hour was going to cost, and turned his seat to face the hatch. Severin came through the forward hatch without hurry and without a wasted motion, a spare man, gray at the temple, in Reach salvage kit worn to the shape of him. And Dawes's eye went to the forearm guard before it went to the face, because that was where the trade taught you to look. Strapped over the guard, laminated flat and gone amber with handling, was a strip of star chart, a little rectangle of somebody's sky, a constellation Dawes did not know, over a horizon he would never stand on. A man did not carry a piece of a sky on his gun arm unless the sky was gone. Dawes had known what Severin was from the Reach. The strip told him why, and he wished it hadn't, because a why made a man harder to hold at arm's length. Two came in behind Severin and split without being told. One to the after bulkhead where the drive spaces began, taking a stance that put a hand's reach between him and the hatch controls. One holding the forward end, covering the bridge and the lock both. Neither pointed a weapon at anyone. Neither had to. Dawes read their placing in a glance and did the security chief's grim sum. From where they stood, if it went bad and it went fast, and the two of them had the ship's throat and her door in the same breath. They knew their work. He had taught those same stances to frightened boys in the wars and buried the ones who learned them a week too late. Captain Locke. Severin did not offer a hand. The rest of you I'll count as I go. A crew is easier to hold in the head as a number than as a steadier for everyone. He was already moving, unhurried, down the length of the bridge, not searching yet, taking the measure of the room, of them, of the ship. 6. Small crew for a hull this size, even a survey mule. 2 of you missing. Where are the other 2? Nobody answered. Severin did not appear to mind. The scientist below at her boards, because the woman who authored the finding doesn't come to a lock to be counted, and I wouldn't either. He came level with the Reach board and stopped. And the one who's been out among the convoy these 3 days, talking old frightened masters up in a Ferren he's still half learning. Something moved under the comm then, not warmth, but a thing that lived in the same house. Sethi. He's in the slot with them now, under the guns. Good. That's the right place for a man like that. Better than here. Severin turned back to Locke. I'll tell you what I've come for, because I don't find surprise a useful tool with serious people. Not your gear, not your scientist's numbers. She's put the only figure that ever mattered on a ledger I can't strike, and I don't need a copy of it. A gesture, mild, taking in the whole bridge. I've come for your leave. Under whose authority does a neutral hull sit in a corridor Earth has closed to my people and to theirs? The convoy, on the plate. Show me your clearance, Captain, all of it. Then I'll go, and you can have your hour back. Our clearance is a corridor transit authority, Locke said, issued to a neutral survey hull for observation and de-escalation. It's exactly what it says. There's nothing in it that, show me, Captain. Don't summarize it. A man who summarizes a document he'd let me read is a man who'd rather I didn't read it. A silence. Then Locke, because there was nothing in the clearance that was a lie, and because refusing would have made it look as though there were, nodded to Wells, and Wells brought it up on the forward board, the whole directive. The seals live along the foot of it. Severin read it without hurry and aloud, because reading it aloud was the whole errand. Corridor Defense Authority, security provisions. That's Merrick's hand. I know his seal. I've read it on enough interdictions. His finger went down the plate, unhurried. And here, the civil half. Authentication and conduct. Observe. De-escalate. Hold station. A pause. Open no new road without Earth's leave. Countersigned. Halden. He looked up. You fly under Saul Merrick's guns and Enos Halden's pen. Earth cleared you to sit in this throat. Earth set out the 4 things you may do in it,
and Earth wrote the last of them to make certain that whatever the road does to my people, this hull will not lift a finger to change it without Earth say so. And you called that neutrality? He said it without heat, which was worse than heat. Captain, this is not the paper of a hull that stands between us. It's a leash, a long one, a courteous one, civil-signed and lawful, and Earth is holding the far end. You don't stand between the two guns. You stand precisely where the gun at your back has cleared you to stand. Nobody on the bridge said anything, because there was nothing to say that the clearance itself did not already say better in Halden's own careful hand. And Dawes, at the con, with a boarder at his ship's throat, and a boarder at her door, and a spare gray man reading his captain's leash aloud in the middle of his bridge, understood the thing whole, in the cold, complete way the trade had taught him to understand a thing a half-second before the rest of the room caught up.
It was not the clearance that had ended them. The clearance had always said what it said. Halden had signed it in front of them at Highreach, and none of them had heard a leash in it, because a leash only becomes a leash the day something pulls it. What had ended them was that Ferren had come aboard and read it, and would walk off again, and both fleets would know he had done it, and that the Dawnward had turned the handle and let him. A truce hull worked one way and one only, both sides agreeing, for reasons of their own, to leave her be. It was the frailest arrangement in war and the most useful, and it held exactly as long as no one tested it. The instant one side put boots on her deck and the other side watched it happen and lifted nothing to stop it, the instant the man in the middle got searched in front of both benches, the arrangement was not weakened. It was finished. Not one thing that had made the Dawnward the ship both sides trusted survived a boarding both sides witnessed. From here, Merrick's picket would track her the way it tracked the coalition, because it had watched her yield to them. From here, the coalition would board her again whenever it pleased, because it had learned she could be boarded and had found Earth's leash inside her when she was. The same hull. Two flags reading her now, and reading her as opposite things, and neither reading her as the very thing that had kept her alive in the slot between them. Dawes had flown a truce hull in the Consolidation Wars, 8 months, until the morning somebody tested it. He knew the exact shape of the hour they were standing in. There was no getting neutrality back once it had been taken off you in the open. You only found out after what you were instead. Ferren had his man lay a reach slate against the board and copy the clearance down, the directive and its live seals going into the coalition's own record. The fact entered somewhere it could be produced later. Then he did the last of his counting and came to Rook. Ferren had left the kid for last. Dawes understood that too and did not like it. Rook. Ferren said the single name the Reachway, whole, the only name the kid had. He did not smile. He was not a man who used a smile as a tool. He had better ones. I counted you in the Reach a season back, and I told you what I'd conclude. And here you are in Earth's gray on Earth's leashed hull. So I've concluded it. Quiet, exact, near to gentle. You awake from it. Not today, but the road's going to make you choose which of your two faces is the mask, and when it does, you already know which way a man built like you goes, because you've spent your whole life going that way and calling it a job. Rook did not deflect it, and did not rise to it. Whatever the boy usually threw up between himself and a room had gone somewhere else. What was left looked at Ferren flat and level, and said, with none of the wry in it, "You counted wrong."
Perhaps. Ferren did not argue. Numbers get recounted. That's the mercy of them.
And Dawes, who had distrusted that cousin face on reflex from the first day the kid came aboard, who had spent 5 years half-braced for the reach in Rook to answer a call exactly like this one, Dawes found his own read had come out somewhere he hadn't expected, and did what the read told him to. He stood up out of the con, slow and easy, hands where all 3 boarders could see them, and put himself a half step between the gray man and the reach board, and let his standing there say the part he'd never in his life have said out loud. "He's crew," Dawes said it to Severin, easy as weather. "You've read our leash. Read that too while you've got your slate out. Enter it somewhere. He's Dawnward crew, same as me, and out here that's the only face any of us has got." Something in Severin's stillness shifted a half-degree. Not agreement, a man revising a small figure in a long sum. He looked at Dawes a moment with what might, on a warmer man, have been respect. "The old soldier. I counted you, too." A small inclination of the head, one tradesman to another. "You're the one aboard who knows to the meter what I've done here and hasn't said a word, because you did the arithmetic before I was through the lock and got my answer. We'd have got on, in another life, or been the death of each other. Same thing often." "Same thing, usually," Dawes agreed, and did not warm to it, and let it show that he did not. Severin gave the bridge a last unhurried look, the count complete, the record made, and turned for the hatch. At the last he spoke to the convoy on the plate, or to no one. "They turned those hulls back 2 days ago, and you sat off the throat and watched it under this clearance, and did the 4 lawful things Earth signed you to do. Carry that, all of you, up whatever road you fly next. Not as a cruelty, as a fact that belongs somewhere a person keeps things." He went through the hatch. "Mind your seal on the way to wherever Earth points you." Severin's people went out ahead of the last of that, the after-bulkhead man backing off his post without once turning his shoulder to the drive spaces he'd been minding. The lock cycled. The cutter came off with the same hard bang she'd come on with. The telltale ran green to amber to red, and the forward lock was the crew's own again. Dawes put his hands back on the yoke, brought the Dawnward up off her hover and back onto the line toward the throat, because the errand had not changed, and there was nowhere to go but on, and flying was the one honest thing left in the hour. The plate told him the rest without being asked. Merrick's picket had not shifted a hull the whole time the coalition cutter was on the Dawnward's deck, had held its cold arc and watched an Earth-cleared neutral opened up by the reach, and lifted nothing, said nothing, because a hull that let the coalition aboard was a hull Earth had quietly stopped counting as its own. And now, as Dawes brought her back onto the line, one of Merrick's warships came a few degrees off the arc and settled onto a heading that shadowed the Dawnwards, not closing, not threatening, only there, a watcher set on a ship that had earned watching. The reach had shown its hand. Earth had drawn its conclusion. Both of them in the same hour, off the same boarding, and each come out reading the Dawnward as the other side's. An hour ago, Dawes had flown a lane down the middle of 2 fleets that both, for their own reasons, left him be. The lane was still on the plate. It just wasn't his anymore. He flew up the middle of it and felt, for the first time in the reach, the particular nakedness of a man walking a line that had been safe only because everyone agreed it was, walking it after the agreement. Locke came and stood at the con. He wore the look Dawes had seen on him before, a decision, and after a bad one, both, already reaching for the account that would let the last hour come out all right. "We did it clean," Locke said, not quite to him. "Complied under protest. Logged it. Nobody fired, nobody died, the convoy's still there, and we're still. The sentence went looking for neutral and did not find it waiting where it used to be. We're still afloat, Dawes said. That's the whole of the good news, and it's real, so take it and be glad of it. He kept his eyes on the line. But you'll want to quit reaching for the other thing, Aiden, because it's not back there. He didn't come to take the ship. He came to take the one thing that let us fly between them, and he did it without firing a shot, and he was gone before you'd finished telling him what the custom was. That's not a boarding you shake off. That's the day the job changed under us. Locke was quiet a while. On the plate, the Earth Watcher held its patient distance, the Coalition Ark sat reach side, the convoy waited in the slot between, and the Dawnward flew up a lane that no longer belonged to her toward a throat that was going to make everyone choose. Then we fly it as whatever we are now, Locke said at last, low, and find out what that is. Aye. Dawes trimmed her a hair, brought her sweet onto the line, gave the old girl the only thing he still had clean to give her, which was hands that knew her. One thing, though, Captain, while you're up here doing the philosophy. Go on. For the record, whenever there's a record again, I said neutrality would get us boarded before it got us killed, and I'll own that I preferred the boarding. He brought the throat up center on the plate, the cold ark, the salvage ark, the held convoy, the one Earth hull now flying his shadow, and put the Dawnward's nose to the lot of it. Log the hour, Wells, all of it, the cutter, the protest, the leash he read off our own board. A true record. Somebody's going to ask, one day, when it was the Dawnward stopped being the ship both sides trusted and turned into the ship both sides watch. He flew her on up the borrowed lane. Put it down as today. Chapter 11. The Last Good Night. The Dawnward was taking the long way to the worst place in the Reach, and it took Wells no time at all, coming on to the bridge, to work out why. Dawes had the con to himself, and the refit drive trimmed down to a murmur. He had laid the ship along a line no route clerk would ever put a seal to, a slow, curving fall past the throat's outer marches that added an hour to a burn he could have flown in 10 minutes and change. Nothing tactical lived in the choice. Nothing lived in it at all, except that the corridor happened to be beautiful just here, and Dawes had decided to be in no hurry to leave it, 3 days out from a picket line that wanted them turned back or dead. Beyond the forward glass, the Reach stood open and enormous. A dead system's dust lanes ran off the bow in long banks, lit along one edge by a sun the color of a raked-down fire, and the ship slid the length of them close enough to read the weather in the dust braids. Slow eddies, a whole silent surf of it, none of it charted, because no one came this way, and there had never been a reason to. Dawes had gone and found the one reason there was. The old pilot had not clocked her come up. For once his face was doing none of the dry work it did with an audience in the room, just open, turned to the glass, a man of 60 watching a thing he loved go past at a speed he had chosen so it last. Then the deck plate gave her away under her boot, and the working face came back down over the other one like a shutter. "You're meant to be eating," Dawes said. "So are you. Sethi sent me to haul you off the seat." "Sethi can hold his water. I've got us into a nice bit of nothing for once." He tipped his chin at the dust going by. No picket, no coalition edge, no clever child with a boarding wand who thinks manners are a search. Just the road, being the road. A pause, and then, because he had been caught and had to pay it off somehow, "Also, she runs sweet down low, and I wanted to hear her do it. Don't write that part down. Ruins my reputation."
You haven't got a reputation. You've got a rumor." That earned her the corner of his mouth. Dawes brought the drive up a hair, laid the ship into the long turn that would carry them down out of the dust, and, in the end, toward the place none of them said the name of at the table, and trimmed her to hold the line on her own. "Go on," he said, standing out of the seat with the small grunt he pretended he never made. "Tell the professor I'm coming. And, Wells—" She waited. He looked at the dust a beat longer than the joke needed. "It's a good line. I flew it slow on purpose. You'll want to have seen it." Dawes went aft. Wells stood a moment where he had stood and took it, the copper light, the silent surf, the ship going quiet and lovely through a piece of sky nobody had ever bothered to want, and then she went to eat, and carried it down with her. The refit had given the Dawnward a proper galley, a wider bay, a long table bolted down the center of it, a cooktop that drew off the ship's own plant instead of a ration line, and it was the single change to the old girl nobody had grumbled about. 3 meters aft, past the engine room hatch, Silva's daybook still hung on its nail, taking Wells's entries these days in a hand she had spent 2 years teaching to be as blunt as his. The galley was new. Tonight it was full, and it smelled of food that had started out as ingredients. Sethi had cooked. He had been at it since second watch, elbow deep in the earth stores they had taken on at Highreach, onions that had grown in dirt, a bird that had once worn feathers, a fistful of spice he had run to ground the length of the station market with the appetite of a man on first contact, and he had let Wells chop for him, and corrected her grip 3 times, and admitted once, under duress, that she had improved. Now he stood at the head of the table, dealing plates down it like a hand of cards, narrating. "Eat it hot, and eat it in order," Sethi said, "and do not, Dawes, I am looking at you, do not put the sauce on before you have had a mouthful without. The cook has views." "The cook always has views." Dawes took his plate. "It's why we don't let him fly." "I could fly." "You could crash." Different verb. Locke came in last, which was the tell Wells had stopped needing to look for. He always came in last, and ate last, and gave the good seat away without appearing to. Tonight he took the end of the bench by the cold bulkhead, the worst spot at the table. And for a beat he had the look of a man about to say a captain's thing. Some word about the picket, the morning, the crossing they all had coming, and then, plainly, he chose not to. He put it down. Wells watched him put it down. He reached for the water instead of the weight, and for one night he was only the big, plain man at the end of the bench who had once asked her, on her first day alive out here, which part of a receiver everybody got wrong. "Somebody give me a thing that isn't the throat," Locke said. "Sethi, you've been down among your people. Tell us a good one." And Sethi lit up. The fork went down. This was the face the crew knew. The one that meant a word had got its hooks into him, and he had been waiting all day for a table to spend it at. "There is a word," Sethi said. "I have a word. I have been carrying it about since the resettlement, like a stone in my boot, and nobody down there had a minute to be delighted with me. So you will all have to." He spread his hands. "Harl." "Bless you," Dawes said.
Harl. Sethi ignored him, radiant. "It is Ferren, old Ferren. 5 generations drifted off our tongue and then worn down further. One of the oldest words they keep, ground all the way to a single beat. And it means—" He stopped, and did the thing Wells had come to love in him, the thing that made him good at the whole impossible job. He reached for the exact shape of it and would not take the near enough. It does not mean family. They have a word for family. It does not mean crew or kin or company. It means the people the road put next to you. Not chosen, not blood.
The ones you were carried in among and ended up beside, and now could not be pried loose from if you tried. A hearth that is not a place. He beamed round the table. Earth needs a whole sentence for it, and still misses the middle. They have got one word. Harl. Now honestly, is that not the best thing you have heard all week? Nobody said anything for a moment. Val, across the table, turned the word over once, dry. Harl, he said, weighing it. Then he took the deck down off the shelf behind him, because the plates were nearly clear and there was a game in it if somebody started one, and squared the cards on the wood. He dealt the first one face down in front of Sethi. Good. Now it has a name. He looked round at the whole disreputable lot of them, unhurried, and dealt the next. Deal it in. They played the reach game Rook had taught them, the one with the shifting trumps that Dawes swore blind was rigged and won at anyway. The plates went to the side. Sethi lost with enormous good cheer, and Val won 3 hands running without once looking pleased about it, and Val took the 4th off her with a card that should not have existed, and the argument about whether it should have existed lasted longer than the hand had. Rook, you're dealing off the bottom, Dawes said. I'm dealing off the bottom of a reach deck, Dawes. Rook did not even look up. On the reach side of the family, that's not cheating. That's an heirloom. It went round the table, the good kind of laugh, the kind that has been earned by a bad day and knows it. And Wells sat in the middle of it with her cards and her people, and the warm, bright wreck of a real meal, and let herself be exactly that happy, on purpose, with her eyes open. Once, reaching to stack the plates, Sethi caught his sleeve on the tactical repeater set into the bulkhead and woke it, and the throat came up on the little screen, small and orange, the hold, the picket line. The convoy stalled at the lip of it where the guns had turned it back. For a second, the table went a shade quieter. Somewhere in that snarl of old salvaged hulls was Tekka, who was Wells's own age, who had kept the names of dead stars on a watch hill 5 years and a whole lifetime ago. And Wells had sat at a desk on Highreach with the manifest in front of her, and had not been able to stop the order that turned that convoy back. Then Vale reached over, without looking, and put the repeater to sleep again. Tomorrow's, he said, mild, and dealt. And it was tomorrow's, and they let it be, and the game went on. The game broke up by degrees. Dawes drifted back toward the con because he was never happy long out of the seat, and Locke went to whatever a captain called sleep the night before a thing like this, and Sethi stayed to fight the pans, and Vale went off to whatever Vale did instead of resting. Wells and Rook ended up where the 2 youngest always ended up, which was out from under the rest of them, up the dorsal companionway to the mast blister, the little pressurized bubble at the top of the spine where the survey gear lived, and where, if you killed the lights, the reach came in on every side. They had half a bottle of something between them that Sethi had cooked with, and Dawes had liberated. And they were not drunk, only loose, only young. 2 people barely out of their 20s who almost never got to be nothing but that. You know what he does, Rook said, and set the bottle down on the deck, and became Severin. The stillness came first, the shoulders going down, the weight coming off them. Then the voice dropped to that soft, even, unhurried nothing. Officer, you have taken 400 grams of the cook's bird. I counted it. I counted it before you sat down. Stop. I do not say it to trouble you. Relentless, gentle, dead on. I say it because it is true, and a thing that true should be entered somewhere. Wells was laughing too hard to sit up, her head against the cold curve of the blister. Stop! You're going to make me... You think Earth put that fork in your hand out of grace. He would not stop. They put it there because a cousin-line appetite cannot be waved off as Earth eating alone. Rook! He stopped, grinning, plainly and unguardedly pleased with himself in a way he almost never let anybody see. The wry half-beat armor off for once, just a man who had made his friend laugh and was glad of it. The laugh ran itself down into the good kind of quiet. Outside, the dust Dawes had flown slid on past the blister, the copper going to gray now as the dead sun dropped behind the banks of it. "You did this for me, you know," Rook said. Not to her, to the dust. After the hearth, when I came back wrong and couldn't say why, and everybody very kindly left me alone with it. He turned the bottle a quarter turn on the deck and left it there. You didn't leave me alone with it. You came and sat down in it and said the stupid, true thing over and over till I could say it back. Nobody had ever done that for me. And I couldn't work out how to say "ta" for it at the time, so I just didn't. So, "ta" for it, late. And the word came out of him the right size. Wells had watched that word cost him before, had watched him brace himself before it, as though it might not be there when he reached for it. Not tonight. Tonight it was just a thing one person hands another, light, no toll on it at all. "Any time," Wells said, as big as he had said it small, and left it there, because it was said, and the two of them sat and watched the last of the copper go out of the dust. Vale was still up, because Vale was always still up. Wells found her in the cartography bay with the lights down and a single source on the big plate, ticking a thin orange pulse down its track of time. "You told me to ask you later," Wells said. "It's later." "So it is." Vale did not turn round. "Come and look at the most useless thing I have found in 20 years. Wells came and stood at her shoulder. Vale put one finger on the source. Pulsar, a dead star spun up and ticking out past the throat, a few thousand years of light from here. It turns and throws its beam past us each turn, dead on a beat, and the survey has carried a mark on it since before I was born. I've spent a day and a half folding mine down against that old baseline, hunting the drift that's in everything." She let the thin pulse tick down its track. "There isn't one I can find. It keeps time to 9 places past the point. It kept it before there was anybody here to check, and it will keep it after. Nothing's feeding it, nothing tuning it, no hand on it anywhere. The cleanest clock in the sky, out in a corner with not one thing near it, and it means nothing on earth by it." Wells looked at the thin pulse ticking down its track, and got clean through to why it had put that private warmth on Vale's face for a day and a half. In a year when every soul in the Reach was hunting the sky for a number that meant something, a number they could carry into a room and win a war with, Vale had gone and turned up one that meant nothing at all, and was true the whole way down, and kept perfect time for nobody. "Silva would have made you run it a 3rd time," Wells said. "I ran it 11 times. Vale's mouth did the thing that was nearly a smile. "It's real. That is the entire joy of it. You could set a clock by it, and it would never once ask you what a clock served the fleet." She watched the pulse come and come and come, and for a moment she was the other Vale, the one the good numbers let out of her. Warm all the way through, the exactness gone soft, no armor anywhere on her at all. Nothing out here wants a single thing from anybody. It's the only comfort I've got left. Somewhere the sky is still keeping honest time, and it doesn't want to be believed, and it isn't for sale to Rod or the board or anybody with a flag. Wells stood beside her in the dark with the one honest star, and said it, because she was the one who always said the true thing a beat before the rest of the room was ready for it. "This is a good night. I only want it on the record. Whatever tomorrow, the plate changed. It changed the way the open ledger never changed, all at once, and without being asked. The throat came up over the one quiet star, the picket line strung across the cairn, redrawn now in a color the survey did not own. Every hull on it stepping from a cold holding posture to something with all its edges lit. A band of text ran under the shape of it. Half a second later, Dawes's voice came down the length of the ship from the con, flat and awake and stripped of every joke he had carried all night. Bridge, all stations. He never got loud. Merrick's picket just went weapons tight across the throat, the whole line. Captain to the bridge. Vale was already moving, the warmth gone off her as if it had never once been there, cold and exact and reaching for her seals. Wells stood one more beat in front of the one star keeping its honest, meaningless, perfect time, and then she left it breathing there in the dark and went to her station.
Chapter 12. First Blood. Merrick had been reasonable for the better part of 10 minutes, and Locke had not found one sentence in all of it he could stand on to argue. "You are cleared to observe and to hold station, Captain." The Admiral's voice came down the channel flat and even, worn to a working edge, an old instrument that had stopped needing volume a long career ago. "Nothing in your clearance puts a hull of mine under your read of this, and nothing in it lets you between my line and a breach of it. I'd ask you to hold off my picket's arc and keep your feed clean. I'd rather log that than the other thing." "Understood, Admiral. We're holding off." Locke kept his own voice where a working captain kept it, and under his own words the count began. One reason offered, a second coming up to prop it. "For the record on both ends, my read is that the convoy in the slot isn't a breach forming. It's 4 days of failing life support on hulls that were salvaged before your grandfather held a commission, and frightened people on the wrong side of a line. And if we give them a lane back off the throat instead of a wall across it, there's nothing here anybody has to answer for later. That's a survey read, and I'll note you made it. No heat in it anywhere, which was the part Locke could not get purchase on. Merrick was not a man arguing a case he half believed. He had finished the argument years back and was only reporting the finding. Here's mine. The Sable is the artery the whole abundance runs through, and I have been charged to hold it. And a throat you can be talked out of holding is a throat already lost. I don't want those people dead, Captain. I want them off my line. If the reach behind them keeps its guns cased and its edge off my arc, not one soul in that slot comes to harm today. That part is not in my hands. It's in Rade's and in whatever Rade can't hold." A short pause, no grievance in it. "Keep your ship clean, Locke. This ends quiet or it doesn't, and neither turns on you." The channel went to its low idle. Locke stood at the plate and did the sum the Admiral had just laid out for him, and could not make it come out a lie. Merrick was right down to the last joint, and the last joint was a wall. And Locke had come up against it more than once now across the weeks of the standoff, and once across a review table on Highreach before any of it began. The plate showed the throat entire. Across the mouth of the Sable, where the Cairn kept its old station on the stable space lip, Merrick's picket stood in a loose, bright arc. Earth holes, real warships, corridor defense colors on every one, guns tracking and safeties off since the middle of the last watch. Reach side, unhurried, Rade's coalition kept its own arc, salvage and grievance forged into a fleet. Forward of it, closer to the slot than a careful commander would put them, sat the leaner hulls Locke had learned to read as Severins, boarding-rigged, patient, placed in the gaps Rade's order left open.
And down in the poor light between the two lines, the convoy waited. Old Ferren keels nose to tail, some 2,400 souls held 4 days now in the one stretch of sky no one could reach without crossing somebody's field of fire. On the Dawnward's own quarter, an Earth warship held its patient distance, flying her shadow as it had since the boarding, near enough to say watched, far enough to say nothing else. "He's not wrong," Dawes said from the con, low, not turning. "That's the whole horror of him. You could serve under a man like that your whole life and never once catch him out. You served under worse. I served under stupider. Stupid you can fly around." Dawes trimmed the Dawnward a hair off the picket's arc, sweet and easy, keeping the exact meter of nothing between her and Merrick's guns that the Admiral had asked for, because there was no profit today in being 1 meter less than courteous. This one you can only wait out and hope his patience is longer than the other fella's, and I've met the other fella. At the reach board, Rook had gone still. The ride drained off him, his face doing none of its usual quick work, only reading. Since the picket went weapons tight, he had not left the boards, tracking the coalition arc the way only he could track it, reading intent off the placement of hulls as Dawes read it off their burns. "Talk to me, Mr. Rook," Locke said, and put it to him first because Rook held the one board no instrument aboard could stand in for. "Rade's holding his own line." Rook did not look up. "Proper arc, guns cased, edge off the throat. That's a man keeping a fleet on a leash and wanting Earth to see him do it. It's Severin's hulls I don't like. They are a half lane forward of where Wade would put them if Rade had the placing of them, and they're rigged to move, not to stand." A pause, and then the plain thing under it, because Rook did not dress a warning to make it easier to hear. If this goes, it doesn't go from Rade. It goes from the gap Rade can't close, same as the porting did. And the convoy's sitting right in the gap. Wells: "Nothing new off the convoy, Captain. No maneuver, no burn." Wells had the sensor board and the convoy on it, and she gave it to him the way Silva had taught her to give a thing, the true condition and nothing shaved off the top of it. But their plant readings are going the wrong way. 2 keels down to reserve air, 1 venting coolant it can't spare. They've been on the wrong side of that line 4 days, and the hulls are older than the standoff. She hesitated. Sethi's been on their channel most of the watch. If you want the human read and not the instrument one, it's his. Patch 'em up here. Sethi's voice came onto the bridge mid-sentence, gentled down into the low, careful register Locke had heard him use with frightened people before, half of it in the old dialect, coaxing rather than commanding, and then Sethi came off the Ferren side of it and onto the bridge in plain Earth speech, and the strain was in him even through the calm. "They can hear me, Aiden. And they've held 4 days on my word that holding buys them something, and I am running out of the something." A breath. "There's a master up the slot, an old man with 3 generations of his family in his holds and an air plant he's nursing by hand. And he keeps asking me the one question I have no honest answer to. How long? Earth won't say. Rod won't say. I've been telling them soon, because the truth is nobody's counting the days but them. And this morning the old man stopped believing soon." The channel carried, under his voice, the thin sound of a hull talking to itself. "I can hold them another hour. Maybe not the hour. If one of them breaks for the throat, they all break. That's not fear. That's 4 days of it, and it goes through a convoy like fire through stubble. Then buy me the hour, Ravi," Locke said. "However you buy it. I'll spend this end of the watch finding them a lane that isn't a wall. And, on the plate, a single keel came off the tail of the slot and put its nose to the throat." It went the way Sethi had said it would go, all at once.
The first keel had barely gathered way before a second came off beside it, and then the whole ragged tail of the convoy was moving. Not a charge, nothing so ordered as a charge. Only old hulls, one after another, giving up on the hour and running for the door because the keel in front of them had a scatter of frightened voices on the common asking leave of no one. Sethi was in the middle of it in 3 tongues at once, telling them to hold, to come back onto station, to stop. And Locke could hear in the pitch of it the moment Sethi knew they were past his reach, and kept talking anyway. They're running the throat. Dawes had it before the board finished flatting it, already easing the Dawnward down and back off the picket's arc, clearing his own field, clearing Merrick's. The tail of the slots running, no formation, no chance. Captain, those hulls can't make that burn. Half of them will founder before they're up to the lip, and the ones that don't are flying straight into a weapons-tight picket that has been told to hold that line at any cost. Flat, fast, the pilots read arriving hull. This is the thing, this is it happening. And forward of the running convoy, off the coalition line, Severin's hulls came off their station and moved up toward the throat, into the gap, fast and clean and unbothered about being seen. Locke understood what Merrick would see a full breath before Merrick's picket answered it, because he had heard the Admiral name it himself not 10 minutes gone. Not frightened masters running out of air, but civilian hulls making a run at a defended throat with an armed coalition edge coming up in escort. A breach of the line, forming exactly as described. Under a doctrine Locke could not call wrong and could not stomach. The throat that could be talked out of holding was already lost. Merrick, this is Locke. He was on the channel without deciding to be. Those aren't escorted. That's a panic. Failing hulls, no coordination. They're running from their own air, not at your line. Hold your fire, and all. I have your read, Captain, and I've logged it. The same even voice, no faster than before, a man reporting weather. I don't have the luxury of taking it. Coalition hulls are moving on my throat behind a civilian screen. I will turn this breach. Get your ship clear of it. The picket fired. It fired, as Locke supposed, a disciplined line was meant to fire. Not into the convoy, not yet, but across its front, a wall of ranging fire laid down to turn the run the cheap way, to make the lead keels shear off and carry the panic back on itself. It might even have worked against newer hulls with more sky. The lead keel hauled off the line hard, wallowing, and the one behind it hauled the other way, and the third, an old ore hauler low in the slot, venting the coolant Wells had marked an hour ago, slow on every input as a dying hull is slow, did not come off in time. The wall of fire had not been meant for her. She flew into the edge of it anyway. The keel opened along her spine. Not a burst, not the clean bloom of a magazine, a long, ugly tearing as her old plates gave, and her air went out of her in a single white breath. The running lights guttering out down her length one bay at a time, and then she was not a hull anymore, but a thing coming apart, turning. No one on the bridge said anything. Sethi was still on the channel, and Sethi had stopped talking in any language at all. "That's the old hauler off the tail of the slot," Sethi said at last, in a voice with nothing left in it. "Families in her holds. I ate at that master's board on the resettlement world, and he cut me the first of the bread with his own hand, because I was a guest. His name was—" and Sethi said the name, low, in the old speech, and did not translate it, because it was not for the bridge. It was for the record a man keeps somewhere in himself, and he was entering it there. Wells had the hauler's manifest up before Sethi finished, because the count was hers to keep, the way the name was his. 88 aboard her, families all,
the Master's own 3 generations among them. She logged it against the time and the position, the first line of a tally she already knew would run longer before the watch was out, and kept her hands moving. On the plate, Reach side, the Coalition arc lit. Not a shot, worse for the moment than a shot. Every hull on Rade's line and every one of Severin's coming off cased and cold to tracking and hot, 40-some hulls, and the leaner ones forward stepping in a single breath from a fleet in being to a fleet about to fire, because Earth had just killed Ferren civilians in front of the whole Reach, and the Reach was going to answer. Coalition's gone weapons-free posture, all of it, Rook's voice, and Locke heard the thing in it he had never heard in it before. Not fear. Rook did not do fear on a board. The sound of a man watching the exact future he had named 10 minutes ago arrive on schedule and take everything with it. They fire on the picket. Merrick goes weapons-free on the throat. He has to, his own rules. And the convoys between them. A beat. Every soul in that slot, Captain, and every gun in the throat about to open across the top of them. That's not a battle. That's the slot going dark. The massacre was one order away, and the order was not Merrick's. Merrick had done the thing his charge required and would do it again, and carried no more of this than the rest. The order that turned first blood into the massacre belonged to the Reach now, to Rade, if Rade could not hold his fleet, and to Severin, whether Rade held it or not. And it was coming. Locke could see it coming, the way Dawes saw a hull come off a line, clean and direct and unbothered. A thing already decided and only now arriving. And there was no one above Locke to hand it to. Halden's directive, lawful and signed in her own careful hand, told him to hold station and open no new road. Merrick's guns were doing exactly what Merrick's charge told them to. The review that would weigh his every choice sat months up the corridor. The whole architecture a fair man leaned on, the process, the board, the someone higher who carried the calls too big for one hull, was there, entire, working perfectly, and not one part of it could stop what was about to happen in front of him. Locke had spent his life believing an architecture did right if you served it honestly. He stood in the wreck of that belief, with a keel coming apart on his plate, and the Reach's guns lit, and found there was exactly one thing left in the throat he could reach with his own hand, and it was a man on his own bridge. Rook, Locke turned from the plate, you still have the Coalition's ear. Not Rade's, the Edge. Severin's people. They counted you one of theirs. The Reach man came round from his board, and Locke watched the understanding arrive in his face a half-second ahead of the words, and did not stop for it. Aiden. I need them to hold. 2 seconds, Rook, no more than that. I need the Reach to hold its fire 2 seconds longer than its grief, and there is one voice in this throat that can buy me that, and it's not mine. Mine is an Earth captain's, off an Earth-leashed hull. It's worth nothing to them, and less than nothing after that keel. Locke was already reaching for the open band, the Reach common, the one Rade favored when he wanted the whole lane to listen. Yours they'll hear. Yours they trust. That's the lever I've got, and I'm going to pull it. You're going to spend my face. Rook said it flat. Not a protest. A man naming the thing being done to him so it would be on the record somewhere that he had seen it clearly. On an Earth bridge, in front of Severin. You know what that makes me to them after. You know it. He told me to my face on this ship what it looked like, the day I turned up as Earth's mouth to the Reach, and you're about to make him a prophet on the open common. Yes, Locke said. I know exactly what it costs you. I'm doing it anyway. Hold their fire, Rook, or watch the slot go dark and know you could have bought the seconds and stood on your standing instead. For a moment, no longer than it took a keel to finish dying, Rook looked at him, and Locke made himself hold the look and not soften it, because softening it would have been a lie, and the kid had earned better than a lie even while being robbed. Then his face went the last of the distance to still, the register Locke had only heard him reach for once or twice, quiet and precise and stripped, and Rook keyed the open band himself before Locke could do it for him, which was the last thing Locke had left him, to spend the coin with his own hand instead of having it taken.
Coalition Edge. This is Rook off the Dawnward. He said the single name the Reach way, whole, the only name he had, and let it carry what it carried. Some of you counted me in the Reach a season back. You'll have my face on your boards. Look at it now and listen, because I'm going to say a true thing, and I've got no time to say it twice. The stripped voice did not hurry and did not shake. You fire on that picket, and Merrick goes weapons free on the throat. That's his standing order. I've read it. It's not a bluff. The instant your first round lands, every Earth gun on that arc opens across the top of the slot. Not the picket, the slot. 2,400 of ours, in old keels that can't run and can't fight, gone in the time it takes the order to travel. You want to answer that keel? I watched it die too. I heard the name. Then the answer is not to hand Merrick the excuse to kill the rest. Hold. 2 minutes. Let the hulls that can still run come back onto station and the ones that can't get their air back. And answer this in a room later where the dead don't have to pay for the saying. That's not Earth asking. That's me. Hold your fire. The Reach Common carried nothing back but its own idol. On the plate, Reach side, the lit arc held, and held. 40-some hulls with their guns hot and their grief hotter, and not one of them firing, because a face they knew had asked them to, in a voice they could not write off as Earth's, and the truth in it was a Reach truth, and landed as one. Severin's leaner hulls forward slowed and steadied and did not close the last of the gap. Down in the slot, the running keels began, 1 and 2 at a time, to haul off their panicked lines and come back down onto station, the fire through the stubble burning itself out against the 2 minutes Rook had bought. "They're holding," Dawes said, quiet. "God help the lot of us. They're holding." Merrick's picket, with nothing running at it and nothing firing from the Reach, ceased fire across the front and settled back onto its cold arc. The wall unneeded now, the breach turned. The massacre did not come. What was left was the standoff exactly where it had stood an hour before, except that a keel lay dead in the slot, with her families still in her, and there was blood on the board now, and every hull in the throat had learned to the meter what the guns would do. It was a long while before anyone on the bridge said anything, and when a voice came, it was Sethi's, off the channel, gone to find what could be found among the pieces of the old hauler, and it was not a voice that wanted answering. Locke let it be. There would be a time to carry that keel properly, in a room, with the name said out loud, and this was not it. There was still a fleet on either hand, and a convoy in the middle, and a watch to stand. Locke came round to the Reach board. Rook had gone back to it and was working it, plotting the Coalition Arc's return to a cold posture with the flat economy Locke had watched him fall into the day Severin came aboard. The hands doing the work, the man somewhere behind them. Rook. It held. Rook did not look up from the board. "That's the report, Captain, if you want it clean for the log. Coalition Edge stood down, convoys back on station, 1 keel lost to first blood, no further exchange. It held." His hands moved. "You'll want Wells to log the keel true.
Sethi has the master's name. It ought to go down proper, whatever else does. The Ferren keep the name, not the number of the hull. I'm not going to tell you it wasn't yours to spend, Locke put it plainly, because the last thing he would do to the kid now was dress it. It was yours. I spent it without asking, because there was no version of asking that didn't cost the seconds, and the seconds were the whole game. I'd do it again in the next hour if the hour asked. That's the truth, and you can have all of it. I'm not going to make it sit easier by pretending I regret the shape of it. Rook's hand stopped on the board. I know you would, he said. And then, after a moment, not to Locke, to the plate, to the Coalition arc cooling on it that he had read like his own hand for 5 years, that's the part I'm going to have to sit with. Not that you spent it, that you were right, too. He looked at the arc a beat monger, the hulls of the Reach that had held their fire because his face asked them to, and the thing went out of him that had never once gone before. The sureness, the native ease with which Rook had always known exactly what the Reach saw when it looked at him. Severin told me the road would make me choose which face was the mask. He was wrong about the choosing. He didn't need me to choose anything. He just needed to wait for a day like this one, when somebody I'd follow anywhere reached past me for the useful thing and pulled it. Rook's hands went back to the board. I couldn't have told you, an hour ago, what they see when they look at me. I always knew. It was the one thing I always knew. A flat beat. I don't know it now. Locke had no fair account to reach for, and for once did not go looking for one. He stood at the Reach man's shoulder a moment with the wrong thing owed and no right one to put in its place, and then he went back to the plate, because the throat was still there and the watch was still his, and a captain who stood grieving over a call this size was no use to the people it had already cost. The keel was still turning on the plate, slow, dark, shedding. Reach side, the Coalition's guns had gone cold. Earth side, Merrick's picket held its arc as though nothing had passed, because to Merrick nothing had that changed the sum. The line had held, the throat was his, and one dead keel was the price of holding it. On the Dawnward's quarter, the Earth shadow kept its distance, and would report, no doubt, that the neutral hull had put a Reach voice on the open common to stay the Coalition's hand. One more thing both fleets now knew about her, to read as they chose. First blood was on the board, real and counted, and it had not become the other thing. The war it opened stood one order further off than an hour ago, and no nearer to unmaking. Locke had bought that hour by reaching past his own crew for the one lever left, and spending a thing that was not his, knowingly, with his eyes open. He would answer for the shape of it to no board. No board had a line for it. Rook would answer for it instead. Locke put his hands on the plate rail and stood the rest of the watch. Chapter 13. Gone Quiet. The Coalition arc had gone cold on the plate within the hour of the keel dying, and Rook had been reading it ever since, and it would not read. Rook had the Reach board to himself. Locke had gone below to whatever the captain called rest on a watch like this one. Dawes held the con at his back, resting the amount Dawes rested, which was not much and never with both eyes. The bridge ran on its night idle. On the plate, the throat sat where it had sat the better part of a week. Merrick's picket a cold, bright arc across the mouth at the Cairn. Rade's Coalition holding its own arc Reach side, and forward of Rade's proper line, the leaner boarding-rigged hulls that were Severin's, seated in the gaps a tidy commander would have closed. Down in the poor light between the two arcs, the convoy waited, old keels nose to tail. Off the tail of the slot, the oar hauler still turned, dark and shedding, 4 days of families gone cold in her. Rook knew every placement on it. He could have drawn the board with the plate off, which hull sat where, which had trimmed a half lane since the last watch, the exact set of the leaner ones forward. The whole map was there under his eye, clean as it had ever been. What was gone was the step past the map. There had always been a step past it, and he had never once taken it on purpose. It came up under his hand the same as a hull's next move came up under Dawes's. Not thought, only there. The placements turning over into a fleet's intent, and telling him what the reach meant a beat before the reach did it. 5 years, that step had been the surest thing he owned. He put his eye on Severin's hulls now, and reached for it, and closed his hand on a picture. Hulls on a plate. The same picture the greenest officer on Merrick's picket was looking at this minute, which told him nothing. Rook had set it to lock on this bridge with the keel not an hour dead. I don't know it now. And had thought, saying it, that it was a thing a man says in the worst hour of a watch, and takes back once he slept. He had not slept. Nothing had come back. Forward on the coalition line, one of Severin's leaner hulls came off its station. Rook caught the drift before the board flagged it. A single boarding-rigged keel, easing back and to one side, off the forward gap she'd held since the boarding, sliding down the coalition arc toward the flank of the slot. He marked where she went, which was the first half of his job, with the second half torn out of it. Down the arc, onto the slot's near flank, toward the thin stretch of poor sky off the convoy side. The one sliver the failing keels might still be nursed out through, back off the throat, if anyone alive ever let them. Then the part that would have come free, the part that told him whether she'd left the gap to give up that slack or to take it, did not come. He held his eye on the trim of her and made himself wait, as you wait for a name on the tip of your tongue, certain it is there. It was not there. She sat like a hull reseating. She sat like a hull withdrawing. She sat like a boarding captain who means to hold a door and does not want it read as holding. And Rook could not tell you which, because all three sat the same on a plate. And the telling of them apart had been the one thing he was for. That's one of Severin's off the forward line. Dawes from the con, without turning. Coming down your side, what's she at? The old question. Dawes had put it to him 100 times across 5 years, and never once had to stand and wait on the answer. She's reseating. Rook heard the words leave him, and heard what they weren't. Reseating to what? For what? That was the question entire, and he did not have it. And worse than not having it, he could hear himself not having it. Down toward the slot's flank, off the gap she was holding. I've got her marked. Off the con, a pause. Not a long one. Right you are. Dawes gave it back without a burr on it, the way he'd hand a green hand back a fumbled line. No weight on it, nothing a man could catch his pride on. Sing out when she's somewhere worth a course change, or before, if before is going. I've always liked a bit of before. Rook went back to the plate. The instinct rose the moment he stopped hunting it. The old step working as it always had, quiet and whole and sure for a moment. She sits heavy. Men who mean to walk away from a door sit lighter than that. She's taken it. Rook strangled it. He could not stand behind it, and a reed he could not stand behind was the exact thing he had watched go out over the reach not a day gone in his own voice, with the reach acting on it because his face was on it. He would not put "she's taken the slack," hold the keels into a captain's hand off an instinct he couldn't certify, and have people die on it. Or "she's leaving, run them, and have them die crossing." The reed might be true. He'd read 100 of them true off that board and been right about all of them. He could not, tonight, tell the true one from the frightened one, and so he did the only clean thing left in the throat, which was to say nothing he couldn't prove, and mark the hull and keep the plot. What he could put down and be sure of was a dead man's name.
Sethi had the name off the ore hauler's master had eaten at the man's board on the resettlement world, had the name in the old speech and the 3 generations with it. It belonged in a record, and there was one record aboard that kept names and not hull numbers. And Rook carried it buttoned in his kit where it had ridden since Austri. He brought the ground book out and opened it to the back, where the blank pages started, and entered the master under the last of Morrow's dead, in the words Sethi had given him, nothing shortened. That much he could read. That much a man's face had nothing to do with. Wells found him there in the dead middle of the off-watch, still at the board, the ground book closed under his hand. Wells didn't say the first thing, didn't say you didn't come up, though Rook heard the not saying of it plain enough. The mast blister 3 decks over their heads, where the 2 of them ended a bad day when the day would let them, and where he had not gone, and she had waited, and had come down to find him. Near enough not to crowd, she sat on the edge of the con step, the sitting she'd learned after the hearth, when he'd come back with a hole in him he couldn't name, and everyone had very kindly left him alone with it, and she hadn't. She'd come and sat down in it, said the stupid thing over and over till he could say it back. It was the only medicine she had, and she was good with it. And Rook watched her reach for it now, watched her load the same medicine to hand him again. And there was the thing he could not have told her for anything in the reach, that this time there was nothing true at the end of her reach to hand him, because the true thing was the one Locke had spent. Rook. She said his name the plain way, no run-up. Talk to me. Not the board. You. I'm talking. I'm a delight. He kept his eye on the plate, on the leaner hull reseated down on the flank. Ask Dawes. You went quiet up there today. On the board, Dawes had to ask you twice. She wasn't accusing. She was frightened, and being Wells, she said the frightened thing straight out, a beat before a cooler hand would have got to it. You never go quiet on the board. That's the thing you're never quiet about. There it was, from her, the plain fact of it, said out loud in the room by the one person who'd say it. He'd have laughed a week ago. He'd have said the thing that made her laugh, and the thing would have been true, and the laugh would have carried it off. That had been the whole trick of him for as long as he could remember. The hard thing said sideways, dressed as a joke, so it could be looked at. You did it for me, you know. She'd got there. He heard her decide to spend the good memory on him because it was the best coin she had. After the hearth, I sat in it and said the stupid thing. I said your crew about 40 times. I said your face is your own out here. That's the only face any of us has got. And you told me to shut up, and then one day you said it back. She turned to him, open, all of it on her face. A beat too early and too bare. So, your crew. Your face is your own. Say it back. And Rook found he could not. The ground book lay under his hand, the words waiting with it, and he could not put them in his mouth, because a week ago they'd have been true, and now he did not know if they were. And Wells, who had never in her life said a thing to him she didn't believe all the way down, was watching them fail to be true for him, and beginning, he could see it start in her, to hear them fail in her own mouth as she said them. Your face is your own. Locke had stood on this bridge and spent Rook's face on the open common, in front of the whole reach, because it was worth a thing Rook's own leave to spend it wasn't. And no amount of Wells sitting down in it could hand that face back, because it had never been his to begin with. That was the joke he'd been telling sideways for 20 years.
The day Locke reached past him for it was the day the joke stopped being a joke and turned out to have only ever been the truth, said straight. The other thing sat in the same silence, and that was the one with teeth in it. With your crew gone flat in his mouth, there was nothing to set against the offer Severin had made him twice now. Soft and patient and certain, you'll wake from the gray, you're one of ours, the road will show you which of your two faces is the mask. A week ago, that had been absurd, and the absurdity of it had been a kind of home. He'd known exactly how to laugh it off, because he'd known exactly what he was. He went to laugh it off now, from habit, and found the floor gone from under the laugh. He could not refuse Severin, not because he wanted the thing Severin offered, he didn't, it turned his stomach, but because refusing it meant knowing what he was instead, and he did not tonight, not since the common. And a man can't shut a door he can't find the frame of. His hand was on the book. Morrow had spent his face too, that last night under the kindred's ribs. You're spending my face, Rook had said, and Morrow had said yes, and put the names of the 293 into Rook's two hands because of the face, because Earth would have to look at what was answering. He'd taken the charge and been proud of it. He'd thought it was his, the single thing on either side of the corridor he had chosen with his own hand, instead of being claimed for. And it was the same shape as the other. Two men he'd have followed anywhere had looked at his face and seen a use, and both had said yes when he named it aloud. And he could no longer tell the charge he'd chosen from the face that got spent, because they wore the one face and the face wasn't his. None of which he said. What he said, after too long, in the voice he kept for waving off a bad hand of cards, was, "It's a different thing, Wells. The hearth was grief. Grief you can sit in, and it goes, and Earth's kind to it. This isn't that." He should have stopped there. Leave it. Go up and get your sleep. One of us should. Wells stood up off the con step. She was the one who always had the next thing to say, the true thing a beat before the room was ready for it. It was her whole self, the saying of it. And she stood there with her mouth ready and nothing coming, because for the first time since she'd known him, she had sat down in it beside Rook, and the sitting hadn't reached him, and she had no second medicine. Nobody had ever taught her one. The first had never failed. At the hatch she stopped. Her eye went past him to the board, to the coalition arc, to the leaner hull he'd marked and not read, to the reach side of the plate that had always been his to hold and had gone dark under his hand tonight. Something moved behind her face that was not comfort and was not grief. Then she went up to get the sleep he'd told her to get, and did not get it. By the next day's forenoon watch, the leaner hulls had finished whatever it was they were doing, and no one aboard could say what it was. They'd come off the forward gaps 1 and 2 at a time across the night and the morning, unhurried, and reseated down on the slot's near flank, all of Severin's edge shifted off the throat's mouth and onto the convoy's side, onto the slack. To Dawes's board it read the one clean way. They've pulled their edge back off the mouth. Dawes had the shape of it laid out, hull by hull. Off the picket's arc, off the gaps, down onto the flank. On the burns and the trim, Captain, that's a fleet standing its edge down, a boarding element coming off a forward line and settling. Read cold, off the numbers, I read that as Rade getting his leash back on after the keel, cooling it. A beat, because Dawes never sold a read he half believed. But it's not the numbers that are worth anything on this one, it's his. Locke came to the reach board. Rook had been on it since before the watch, since the ore hauler died in truth, through his own off-watch and the hours he should have slept, working the coalition arc like a man works a locked jaw with his tongue, going back over it and over it, certain the reed was in there and he had only to find the angle that freed it. He had never worked so hard at a board in his life. He had never had less to show a captain for the work. "Talk to me, Mr. Rook." The same words Locke had put to him with the keel dying, because Rook held the one board no instrument aboard could stand in for. He'd had the answer that day, whole, fast, right, and it had bought Locke nothing but the truth of how bad it was. He did not have one today. "Here's the decision I'm carrying." Locke laid it out plainly, the way he put a hard thing to the newest hand. All of it, because it was owed. 2 keels in the slot won't see out another day. The ones Wells has been watching. Both are down to reserve air, one further gone than the other. If they sit, they founder, and we lose them slow instead of fast, and the count climbs either road. There might be a lane for them off the near flank, back off the throat the way they came, if I can get Merrick to see 2 dying keels moving as a mercy and not a breach. I think I can get Merrick. He didn't say the rest. The rest was on the plate. The near flank 2 keels would have to cross was the slack Severan's edge had just come down onto. What I can't read is that edge. If those hulls came down there to let the slack go, a real stand-down, Rade cooling it. 2 keels crossing it is a mercy, and it holds. If they came down to take it, and I put 2 keels across, I've handed Severin the exact breach Merrick's waiting to answer, and I've lit the throat myself over the 2 hulls I was trying to save. He waited. I can't make that one blind. Tell me what they are, Rook. Rook looked at the plate, at Severin's edge reseated on the slack, and reached for the reach with everything he had, harder than he'd reached for anything since the day he came aboard. And the instinct rose the moment he stopped forcing it, quiet and sure as it had ever been. They sit heavy. That's a held door. They've taken it. Rook opened his mouth to say it, and could not, because it was an instinct and not a proof, and he could no longer tell his instinct from his fear. And the last reed he'd let out of his mouth had been true and had cost a man everything a true reed is supposed to buy. If he said, "They've taken it, don't move the keels," and he was wrong, 2 keels of families died slow in the slot on his uncertified word, on his face again. If the frightened part of him had the wheel, and he said, "Stand down, run them," and it was a held door, the throat lit and the slot went dark on his word again. Every road out of his mouth ran back through his face, and he could not certify one of them. And a week ago, that sentence would have meant nothing, because he had never needed to certify it. It had simply been right. And now it was the one certain thing about him. "I can't call it," Rook said. No one on the bridge moved. "I've marked the move. I can give you the plot to the meter where every hull on that edge sits, where it came off, when it moved. But what it means, whether that's a door closing or a door being held," he made himself say all of it, because half of it would have let Locke act, and a captain acting on half of Rook's reed was worse even than a captain acting on none. "I don't have it, Captain. I've been on it 2 days, and it won't come. I'm not going to hand you a guess dressed as a reed and let you move 2 keels on it. That's how the ore hauler happened, somebody moving on a thing they needed to be true. I won't be the somebody, not again." Locke stood with it, and whatever he'd hoped to hear, he'd hoped for hard enough that the not hearing it crossed his face before he shut it down, because there was no version of the mercy that survived a blind reach side. 2 keels could not be walked across a slack no one could read, Not by a captain who'd watched a wall of ranging fire open an old hull along her spine 2 days ago for less. The window, such as it was closing on the plate while they stood at it. The 2 keels plant readings creeping the wrong way on Wells's board, counting down to a founder Rook could see coming and could not price the crossing against.
"Then they sit," Locke said at last, low. "I'm not running 2 keels of families across a slack I can't read, straight into the thing that kills them faster to save them from dying slow." He did not say it was Rook's doing. It wasn't. The doing was 2 days up the corridor, in a call Locke had made with his own hand and had told Rook to his face he'd make again. But he'd made it, and here was the bill. Come quiet, no shot in it, no order, nothing the log would carry. He put his hand on the reach-board rail a moment, next to Rook's, and left it there, and said none of that either. "Keep her marked." "I'll keep her marked," Rook said. Locke went back to the plate. At the sensor board, Wells watched the 2 keels' readings fall and said nothing. Then her eye came off her own board and went across to the reach side of the plate, to the dark half, the half that had always been Rook's and had stopped tonight being anyone's, and stayed there, working at it, while a meter from her the man whose half it was kept the only part of the job he had left. Rook marked the coalition hull's position, and the next, and the next, and held the plot true to the meter, and did not read a line of it. On Wells's board, the 2 peels went on failing. He had the names of the hulls and the numbers off them, and he could not have told the captain or Severin or himself what any of it meant. You've reached the end of Part 1 of The Closing Sky. The story runs on. Part 2 is on the channel right now, ready to play, so you can carry straight on. If you're enjoying the journey, take a moment to subscribe. The whole of the Fracture Cosmology is being brought to life here, 1 book at a time. Part 2 is waiting. I'll see you there.